Hello, hello everyone. Welcome back to more Let's Have Some Streams. Halloween time 2024 edition. I am your host, Tara the Fox. Hello and welcome to all. All right, not much to report since yesterday. Nothing particularly happened. I meant to do some stuff, but I kind of ignored all that. In fact, I started just reading webcomics. That's all I did last night. I'm a responsible adult! Alright. So I kind of realized this. It felt like we were nearing the end of Raging Loop a little bit. So I'm like, are we going to actually beat it today? Like, we're not nowhere close to beating it like I thought we were, but maybe we were. So I looked online to see, to get a rough idea how close we were. And yeah, we should be able to beat this today. Absolutely. Which, now I'm confused. First of all, how long to beat? What the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you saying this game is like 25 to 36 hours? That is nowhere near close of how much time we spent on this. Cybernex Sosurus, hello and welcome. Nowhere near how long is to beat is correct? Really? Oh, really? I was kind of looking up online to see how far we were, and we were kind of close to beating it. So I'm not planning on getting like all endings or anything. I'm just kind of waiting till we hit a credit scene. Unless it does like a new Game Plus type of thing. But even then that might be debatable. So it is correct, huh? Alright, well. Maybe we won't get to our second game of the day then. Never mind. Alright, well we'll play it. We'll just see how it is. There we go. Alright, read. The next day. Another morning. Aside from being really hungry, I woke up the same as always. I hadn't died. The only real difference this morning was that I could go outside as I pleased. It was still misty out, and I couldn't see much beyond the dorm. If you look at how many keys you don't have, that's a strong indicator of how long you've got to go. Huh. Then I wonder what's up with the long play I was looking at then. I wonder if that was the long play with all the keys then? I don't know. Again, we'll figure it out, I guess. We'll figure it out. A settlement isolated in mist. A space cut away from the world. Can we really leave this place? We could. It had to be physically impossible. The idea that we couldn't was just speculation. All right, come on, Tara. Get your brain thinking. I know you woke up for your nap, you got some munchies in you, but come on. Wake up. No matter how much this space defied reality. What was that thing? Yeah, that's a good question. What the fuck was that thing? Why had Chimmy collapsed? How sane were we? Was this even really happening? Human senses and memories often lied to us, though just dismissing anything that didn't make sense as an illusion wasn't a good idea. The thing had actually visited us. Its appearance was strange, but I had little proof that it was something supernatural. Thus, that had to be human. As for the reason Shimi collapsed, there were quite a few possibilities. Unless it was a trick she schemed with that thing beforehand. That being had to have been too much for her to handle emotionally. What did the thing say again? The wolves comment to the smell of Yomi. Cleanse, shelter, and dream. Daughter Fujiyoshi, was it? It basically seemed like a fancy way of saying, get back to your room and sleep. So it was a warning for those who made the rules. Then, was that something on the mountain? Great Lord Shinai's side? No, to be honest. I'd say it was more like something from the other side. I mean, it kind of fit my image of Yamabito. There were sutras in place of clothing, and the cloth over its face reminded me of a funeral shroud. The word corruption seemed particularly fitting. It had a really sinister aura, to me anyway. Though that was strange. Great Lord Shinai was the enemy of the forces from Yami, and Yamabito wouldn't act as his messengers. This contradiction. It was quite eerie, and alluring unknown. But that didn't matter. My goal was to let Shimi and any supporters we gathered escape. I returned to the room, made my futon, and started searching again. The futon was the only thing in the closet. There was nothing I could use as a weapon. I gave up, left the room, and went to Chimi's. If the worst had come to pass, I had to fulfill her last request. The door was locked. I knew it. So the wolf was... I knocked. She came out after just a few seconds. Apparently she was all ready to go. I want a weapon. I figured. Ooh, is that Chris Redfield knife? Ooh, gimme. She gave me a pretty large knife with a sheath, probably used for hunting. Got anything for yourself? I lost my kitchen knife, so you have to protect me, alright? Sure. I had zero confidence in pulling it off, but sometimes bravado was important to hold on to. We went to Haru-chan's room. It wasn't locked, uh-oh. The room was no bigger than the others, but it was a huge mess. But it didn't look like there was a corpse present. She'd either already woken up and went outside without locking the door, or her corpse was somewhere outside like Yoshitsugu-kun. I had gained a habit of expecting the worst. What about Yasunaga-kun? The same. Let's check on Meiko. Today's mist was denser than usual. Just extending my arm was enough to make my hand hazy and indistinct. I kept on walking, my knife in my right hand and Chimi's hand on my left. The settlement was way too quiet. We headed for the village plaza. I almost tripped a few times on the field paths, but Chimi kept me on my feet with just a few warnings. I could keep going as long as she was with me. We arrived at the plaza. There was no one there. Basically, there was no need to use the dining hall as the go-to gathering spot anymore. We passed Rikako Umatsu's house. It didn't look unlocked, but I couldn't hear any indications of movement from inside. Was she asleep? Or did something happen to her? Whatever the case, I had no choice but to ignore her. It was here, right? Yeah. Meiko's place was... open? Thankfully, all I found was just a messy futon. It was the same as Haru-chan's room. But now that it happened with 3 people, it was safe to assume something wasn't right. Chimi, sorry, but you can have this back. Huh? I gave her the knife and grabbed a stick lying against the house. What's wrong? I need a weapon I can actually use. That aside, where do we go next? The hall, right? As it turned out, that was exactly where the other inhabitants were. With the exception of one, anyway. You're late, or maybe we're early. Haru Makishima, she was in her usual agitated state. Tei Yamawaki, she was silently chanting something to herself. Meiko, Haru-chan had her hands on her shoulders, but she still looked anxious. And finally... Good morning, Nichi, or Chini, and Haraki Fusashi. Yasunaga Oribi, his face was grim. Those were all the people here, meaning that... So they finally got Nasato-san, huh? A simple process of elimination was enough to know who was gone. Anyway, it was time for the first battle. Meiko, come here. She tried to walk to us. No! But Haru Makishima stopped her. It was time. I raised my stick and... Huh? So you finally revealed your true colors, Fusashi! Yasunaga Oribi stood in my way. He had a menacing-looking grass sickle in his right hand. He readied it for a swing at me. You're the cause of all this misery here! It's the end! So I knew it would come down to pure strength! No way! Huh? What? You were tricked! He's the one who caused all this! Not letting him join the feast was a mistake! If we'd hanged him, Mom, Yoshitsugu, and everyone else would still be alive! Wait, that's... We'll hang him today! That will end everything! Yasunaga-kun, you shouldn't try to advance the situation based on a story no one knows. What about you? Why did you try to attack? Oh, good point. I'll tell you. I want to take back the hostage. But that's... Well, before that, let me just help Chimi-chan understand. Look how confused she is. Huh? What? They didn't say another word. Chimi and Meiko were the only ones who seemed confused at all. Basically, the others had prepared for this. ignoring who's a wolf here, there's two important things you've got to keep in mind. First, yesterday, I told Mako that I wanted to escape the settlement with her. It's best to assume everyone heard that. Escaping the village is taboo, I know that. The question is whether letting someone escape makes you a target of the corruption. That was why you secured Mako first thing in the morning, and I could totally understand that. The other thing is that Chimi and Yasunaga-kun ended up on opposing sides yesterday. Owing to that, today's feast would be a one-on-one beat between them. Since Haru-chan would almost always take Yasunaga's side, he'd have an advantage. But with Tae-san and Mako as swing foes, his victory isn't guaranteed. That's why you decided that reconciling with Chimi and going after the only outsider here was the safest way, right? You're wrong! I'm not. That's why you took Mako as a hostage. You wanted me silenced. No! I just thought you'd take her as a hostage and ask us to do horrible things! What would I gain for that? I mean, I'm not part of the feast. You agreed to that yourself, didn't you? That was a mistake! If it's not for you, then who else could be the cause of everything here? Harucho and I lost family. Tabai lost Takumi-san. We all lost people important to us. And who else didn't lose anything? Only you, Hiroki Fasashi. Oh. So that was his story, huh? Sorry, Yasunaga-kun. But you're a bad storyteller. You seem to have a habit of putting up a wall of well-spoken words when lying or putting on an act. Please stop messing around! Oh, but I'm not. Yasunaga-kun, you're trying way too hard to manipulate people using their emotions. You underestimate Chimi by thinking you can just use that as a smokescreen for the holes in your story. Well, from an emotional standpoint, blaming me for everything is definitely the easiest way. But on the other hand, you're selling yourself short. You're calm, cool, and collected. The type of guy who argues against adults' absurdity with facts and logic. Please stop this pointless analysis! Well, that's something for the villagers to decide, not me. They're the ones who have watched you for years. Of course, I understand you went through something difficult enough to change you. Then let me ask you this. Are you blaming everything on the outsider because you've lost to your own emotions? Or are you actually acting rationally to make sure you hang me and waste today's feast so you can take the tip the scales in your favor? As in, are you someone who'd benefit from wasting today's lynching? What do you think, Chimi? She gasped and looked at Yasunaga Orib. There was suspicion in her eyes, not trust. You could have just said that I was a wolf. Yet you didn't. You just said I'm the cause of all this, because you're a wolf yourself. You hate lying, don't you? You know when the chips are down, you have to commit to the lie. Chini, you're gonna believe him? Making an emotional appeal in the face of cold logic is a bad move here. You need to fight logic with logic until the end. Shut up! What do you know? You just wasted time not doing anything because you couldn't! You had a point there. I did feel like shit about it. I should have joined the feast from the get-go. If I had, I wouldn't have wasted time on pointless arguments and autopsies. However, you know, right here, there's a guy who could think for himself, but just played along with some dumb superstition, letting both his brother and mother die. As an adult, I'm really mad at him, Yasunaga-kun. Once I said that, Yasunaga Orib hung his head and fell silent. 10 seconds of silence were enough for everyone to realize he'd lost the argument. However... Nareem, hello and welcome. You're awake, I swear. I'm awake too, so hopefully we'll get through this. Hopefully. The expression on his face was abnormally calm. True. I really am a wolf. He spoke as if it wasn't a big deal. But you are misunderstanding a few things. That just made it seem even more abnormal. We have already won. He tossed away the grass sickle. His voice wasn't nearly as passionate as before. It was cold and rational. He demonstrated a confidence rooted in sound logic. Good, we could be awake buddies. It's like when alcoholics work together to beat alcoholism. Yeah! We'll keep you We'll stare into each other's eyes and play that look at my eyes. No blinking, like let's not blinking for long, okay? You can't do that. You're not allowed to do that. No falling asleep. None. None whatsoever! Alright. That's enough of being dumb. That's enough of me being dumb. Okay. but I couldn't understand what he meant. Other wolf, please reveal yourself. What was the point of that? Are you sure, Yasukan? Yes, that's enough. I'm the other wolf. I couldn't make sense of this. Had he decided to graciously concede by selling out his partner now that he'd been cornered? No, he said he'd already won. Even if there were 2 wolves, there were 4 of us. They'd lose in votes. My answer came from a completely unexpected direction. Nichan. I tried, but I just woke up, so I'm blinking more than usual. Trying to rub that eyes. Okay, I'll give you a bit of a pass. But then you gotta stay weak and play the staring contest. Well, semi-staring contest, but whatever. Nichan! Nichan, you and Tebe really are the wolves! A shout of pure, unadulterated joy. Haru Makishima became the least comprehensible of anyone present. She ran to Yasunaga, Orib, and hugged him. He hesitated for a moment, but reciprocated. Miko, still as close as ever, slowly walked over to us. Oni-chan? I'm sorry. Hide behind Shimi. Ah! Haruaki-san, what is it? What is this? I don't know.
Yeah?
Oh, Mosky? You want a Mosky? Alright, I'll throw you a Mosky.
Oh, Mosky.
What?
Fatality.
There, let the fatality wake you up. The fatality of your actions. I really didn't, but I had a feeling that something wasn't quite right for a while now, and I suspected it made clear now. I was certain of it, and it left me feeling uneasy. Okay, you have the initiative here. Can you explain? Tebe, you do it. Fine. I've been relying on you too much all this time. So she wasn't even denying it. Chi-chan, Miko-chan. Not me. This is something I never told ya. A long time ago, when I was still a girl, Kami Fujiyoshi's people got drunk and revealed the truth behind the Feast of the Yomi Purge. The truth? Yamawaki told us a story that was very similar to the legend they told in the strange village. Well, it was less like it was similar, and more like I was looking at it from the opposite angle. The part about Great Lord Shinny sending the 5 guardians to help people was the same. 4 of them teamed up with the humans to murder the wolves. However, in the real story, the good and bad sides were completely reversed. Apparently the people in the 4 guardians joined Yomi on the very first feast of the Yomi Purge. Basically, all of them were Yomibito. They all ganged up on, overpowered, and exposed the wolves, who tried to resist until the very end. That meant this land had belonged to the Yomibito for a long time. The wolves were summoned here by none other than Shinai-sama himself. Some people of Yasumisu were given the blessing of the wolves and had to free Yasumisu of its Yomibito. Basically, it was a holy war for them. And that was the truth behind the feast of the Yomi Purge. Tei Yamawaki continued her explanation. At first, we thought the people of Kami Fujiyoshi just made it up to make fun of us. But we found out that it was true when we became blessed by Shinai-sama himself. So you see, Chi-chan, that's why we had to slay everyone. It hurt a lot, though. Takumi suffered greatly, too. But we had to do it to save the Yamabito. That's what Shinai-sama said. Tei Yamawaki was crying. Alright. So she was now a confirmed culprit who believed the murders to be salvation. There were just 2 more points I didn't understand. The corruption, and the eerie message. Most things made sense if you switched Shinai and Sama's enemies and allies. The idea that people wearing those outfits could be the good guys was kind of weird, but well, that was the culture here. Or maybe only the Yamibito, me too, saw them as evil. Maybe that was the story here. The problem here was that I didn't know that. Jimmy didn't know this. Is any part of this game actually scary, or is it just a big murder mystery? It might be more of a murder mystery, but you never know. We did get some gory scenes and some spooky scenes. I only found out when I was blessed. So when Yasunaga-kun didn't know about it, I remembered some of his words. This is just something I've heard from a teacher at school, but you could do it by giving them something to fight for, couldn't you? Basically, you need to make them think that they're doing the right thing. He really hated lies, didn't he? He basically told me the truth of things. This feast actually had a system that made zealous murderers of people. Whatever, enough about Yasunaga Oribe. Then why did Haru-chan know? She was glad when she realized Yasunaga Oribe was a wolf. Basically, she already knew the real story, that the wolves were the good guys. Why? I guess that's true, and there isn't any bathrooms to bring up Hanako the toilet! Well, the guy was stuck in the bathroom in the first night, so he was poop man for a while. But yeah, that ended quickly as soon as it began though, huh? Who told her? The Kami-sama told me. They showed up in my dreams on the day Oji-chan died and told me about it. Nonsense. Insanity. Did she seriously decide to throw her life away over a dream? But on the day Uji-chan died, he died the night before Haru-chan tried to run away from the settlement. She believed the dream. She started to despair over being surrounded by Yomibito and planned to escape. That made sense. But I did think that Teibon would know the real story. There's no way she couldn't. But she didn't say it, so I thought that maybe she was a wolf. And I began to think the same thing about Nichan when we talked. It all clicked. She believed. She believed the sudden revelation, despite a lack of proof, and that the man she liked was the minority that had justice on their side. And right now, she said she would betray the humans and join the wolves. She believed Yasunaga Oribe was right with all her heart. And so, the wolf, Yasunaga Oribe, had 3 votes for the feast. I can't be killed even if Chini and Miku both vote for me. Even if you bend the rules to count Fusayashi-san's vote, it'd still be just 3. You couldn't choose one even when we did a final vote. And now, without either wolf dying, we win. It was easy. I saw it clearly now. I understood. Haruaki-san. Is he? Yeah, Yasunaga-kun is right. No. We lose. Everyone had different reactions to my words. Shimi backed away and gasped. Tei Yamawaka closed her eyes and sighed. Miko didn't seem to understand anything. No shit. Yasunaga Oribe didn't react at all. Haru Mikishima was smiling. Oh man. All I really had left was struggling like the filthy annoying adult I was. Haru-chan. What? Oh, Nichan, what will happen to Fusayashi-san? I'll ignore him if he doesn't interfere. I see. Was that relief just now? Sorry, but I couldn't enjoy my sudden jump in popularity. We don't have to slay him? Shinai-sama will do something if need be. That dispassionate tone didn't do much to convince me he truly believed this ridiculous superstition. But you won't ignore this, will you? Who knows? Honestly, if you're the good guys, I don't know if I should help the Yamabito side. Haruaki-san! You're crueler than I thought. We said folk value a well-reasoned argument. I want to say I misjudged you. It's the right decision. Very right, in fact. Big words. Hey, what the hell? You said you liked Chinny, didn't you? And now you're gonna abandon her? Good point. Well, yeah, I was pretty damn cold-blooded. I'm not too fond of being hit where it hurts, so I guess I'll respond. Haru-chan? What? You know you're gonna die, right? You're okay with that. Huh? That was a pretty damn bad, honestly. That was pretty damn bad. Alright. Apparently this Great Lord Shinai was a huge scumbag. He should have told her that much. Even if you've been told the real story, you're still a human. You haven't become a wolf, have you? You didn't kill Takumi-san or Nasato-san, right? I didn't! Alright, should have ads. I don't know why, but you're just a human who knows the real story. That's why the human's defeat will mean your death. You said you thought Yasunaga-kun might have been a wolf when you talked together, right? I don't think he would ever let anything like that slip, so he probably realized your role from the way you were acting. He was probably trying to lead you by showing hints, but not revealing his identity, in order to test whether you'd join him. The wolves probably knew there was a human who had that role. What of it? He actually said that? This is the part where you were supposed to start lying. By not denying that. You basically admitted that you were an absolute scumbag who used Haruchan knowing you'd have to kill her. He was that bad at lying? Then how did he survive so long? Wait. Something was very wrong. I'd seriously misunderstood something here. And soon enough, my hunch was proven right. Seriously? What of it? Haruchan? Haru Makishima's voice was brimming with joy. A carefree smile. Laced with seductive intoxication. Yamabito need to be hung. We're corrupt, filthy, and disgusting. We can only be saved by the wolves' whirls and claws. Everyone knows that. That's why you finished off Kiori-san, right? You wanted to make your mother happy. Yeah. Exactly. Shini, Ni-chan, make me happy too. Haru Makishima coquettishly leaned on him. Yasunaga Rie brought her closer without even flicker of emotion crossing his face. Tei Yamawaki watched him with a broad smile. What? What the fuck? What were these people? So, Chini, what will you do? If you listen to me, I'll save you. I underestimated it. I underestimated the madness of Yasumisu. I realized too late. The face of the Yomi Purge wasn't just a system where zealous murderers killed each other. There was something here that completely shattered the people on a fundamental level. It was like a gear of madness. Those who knew the real story found salvation in death. That insane tale instantly convinced people that it was right to agree and to find peace in that. And I was actually surrounded by those very people. Understanding that made me remember that she was from here too. Jimmy was trying to take a step forward. I should have realized this earlier. She who was afraid of God was just like them, who accepted their salvation. Both brands of madness probably had roots in the exact same thing, so she was just as susceptible to the madness as they were. However, it wasn't too late for her. Yasunaga Oribe's expression stayed the same. But right before I looked away from him, I saw a slight change. It was bitterness, irritation, something out of place on Victor's face that made me realize that his plan for this scene wasn't lost to madness. Then I had no choice but to take advantage of the opportunity. I grabbed Chimi's hand. I pulled with so much force that she fell on her backside, but I didn't care. I dashed past her and swung a weapon at Yasunaga Oribe. I hit Haru Makishima once. Tei Yamawaki twice. You had to hit the old lady twice? And Yasunaga Oribe 5 or 6 times. Then ran to Chimi and Meiko, who were completely dumbfounded and fled the hall. There was no time to waste. I had to hurry up and escape. If I didn't, I wasted the one chance that he'd given me. Haruaki-san, what are you doing? What's going on? Hey, Chimi! What? Yasunaga-kun really has a good head on his shoulders, doesn't he? What are you talking about? Ah, my hand hurts! I'll fall! I was probably irritated, and not just because of hunger. It's because of the epiphany I had. Because it had taken me so long to reach it. Yasunaga Oribe had a different motive. You have a crush on Chimi Sorizawa, so you didn't want to hurt her, if no one else. So you used that little reason you still had to conclude that the only way to save her was through escape. But letting someone escape would be subjecting everyone else to the corruption. So you had to have me beat up everyone and take her by force to avoid that. Shit. If he didn't intend to let me run away, he wouldn't have thrown away the sickle. He was basically signaling for me to understand and finally attack him. In the end, he was far more clever than me. I never stopped dancing to his tune. Regardless of... No, exactly because of that, I'd have helped these two escape no matter what. After all, I'm an adult! I got my big boy panties on, let's go! By the way, using an adult without relying on one yourself is a very adult thing to do, Yasunaga Oribe. Good luck with the rest. We crossed the field paths, went past the stone graves, and over the boundary. Descending the cliff took a lot of patience. It didn't seem like they were chasing us, so we could go down carefully. Jimmy's expression was dead. I've never once declared, I am an adult! I feel I'm missing out on something. You ain't missing out on much. Not really. She'd been hit hard by a sudden revelation. The game board had been flipped on her. She'd lost, and now she had to suddenly say goodbye to her old friends. It was hard to just laugh that off. Should I have told her about Yasunaga-kun's intentions? I did consider it, but couldn't bring myself to. You chose to save her by sacrificing their relationship. If she knew, she'd probably want to go back to the settlement. Or maybe I just didn't want to say it's because of my pride as a man. That was fine by me too. Being able to shrug off such unfairness was one of the blessings of adulthood. So I consoled Shimi, shouted to Mako to be more careful, and generally talked as much as I could. The mist grew even denser. Hey, Chimi.
Huh?
I think we're already outside the village.
Maybe.
We did it! And look! Nothing happened!
We did it?
Yep, now let's cross the river and return to town.
Where's the river?
I couldn't see anything. Can't we hear it, though? I'm hearing the sound effect of river! I hadn't just lost my bearings. It was worse than that. I couldn't even see Chimi or Miko's faces, and I was actually holding their hands. We were already at the bottom of the cliff, walking on the stones below. We heard water, so it was clear we were close to the river. I didn't know if we could keep going right now. Let's rest.
We can't.
Chimi? I thought she was gonna freak out again, but...
No, that's not it.
She stopped me.
Don't you hear it? Ignore the water.
Confused, I strained my ears. What am I supposed to hear?
Woof, woof. They're coming after us.
They were acting strange. I strained my ears again. Was it above us? I could hear the faint sound of rustling leaves from the top of the cliff.
We gotta run! I'm tired! Haruki-san, take Mako-chan!
The intensity in Chimi's voice made me take the situation seriously. What if the sound was just the wind, though? Was she jumping at shadows? But I would have been lying if I said I wasn't worried. After all, a question remained unanswered. And according to the legend, this was their HQ. Wait, they were the good guys, right? Still, this wasn't a normal place. I had to get out of here ASAP. After a while, I was forced to recognize the anomaly. We couldn't reach the river. I ran along the riverbed. It should be small, just a few meters wide. But even after 10 minutes of running, there was no sight of the river. We couldn't get anywhere. It was just like... Wanderung. A phenomenon where people wandered snowy peaks, lose their sense of direction, and just end up walking in circles. However, even if my sight was limited, how could anyone get lost in such a small riverbed? I could hear the stream right next to me. Alright, so that's what's going on, okay. This felt so wrong. I was as good as blind. All I could trust were my ears, but that just made me realize how useless that was to rely on. I trusted my sense of direction less with every passing second. So... the sounds of parting grass in the distance, the sound of claws stepping on rocks. I felt like they were getting closer. I couldn't be certain. Eventually we slowed down. The others didn't say anything, but they were clearly exhausted. We hadn't eaten for days, not to mention the dense mist made our clothes all comfortably damp and cold. We walked along the riverbed without uttering a single word. The sound of water wasn't getting closer, but something else sure was. Something. Things I didn't know scared me. The chill and the fear strangled me like the garrote as I carried Miko, passed out from exhaustion, on my back. How long has it been like this? Suddenly the hand I was dragging became heavier. Chimi had stopped. Rocky-san. She called my name through the mist. What? I tried to sound lighthearted, but I wasn't confident I'd pulled it off.
We're done for.
Her voice suggested the image of a grim smile. What are you saying? Unlike before, I couldn't manage the defiant tone I used whenever she said something stupid. It was true that something unnatural was happening, and that there was no simple explanation. And Chimi was wearing down both physically and emotionally. Let's rest a bit. We'll get through this if we just go a bit further. Don't worry.
No, it's impossible.
Why?
I think you can't get past the river as long as I'm with you.
What? I was like...
You heard what they said. We're the Yamabito, so...
So you're not worthy of crossing or something?
I mean, I've been eating Yasumisu's food since I was a little girl. And I'm corrupted! Chimi! Don't look at me!
I turned around and pulled her by the arm. I looked at her face from point-blank range. It was covered in brown and yellow blisters. Before I could even be surprised or disgusted, I just kissed her. The sugary taste of blood, pus, and rust filled my mouth and spread throughout my throat. I didn't care. Then, to discard any unnecessary emotions, I hugged her as hard as I could. My breathing and thoughts ceased. I kept it until the pain began to fade. It disappeared completely. Eventually, our lips were separated again. She prioritized words over breaths. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Even so, I hugged her tight. I couldn't lose to something so ridiculous. She weakly hugged me back, but she couldn't keep it up for long. Let's go. I'm telling you that— Let's go! The presence in the distance was definitely closing in. We walked. It felt like I'd been walking for several hours now. Our pursuers were close now, but I had no intention of rushing. Chimi was slowly but surely getting weaker by the second. Her speed slackened with each step, and the weight on my arm was becoming heavier. I could hear her cough and vomit something out. She apologized every time she did, and I basically replied with, "It's alright," using different words every time. We walked. Chimi's feet began to make wet sounds with every step. We walked. Maybe we'd actually been here for only a few minutes. We walked. Chimi kept apologizing. Maybe we haven't even moved a single meter. We walked. Maybe none of this was real. Then, maybe nothing that happened here would be weird. Eventually, Chimi called out to me with a hoarse voice.
Rocky-san.
The fact that she said something different had sparked a moment of baseless hope. And so,
Thank you.
her gratitude was followed by another wet sound.
I had fun.
With those final words, her weight vanished. It was strange. After all, I was still holding her hand. Huh? Okay. Or rather, only her hand. Interesting. The splash, her bodily fluids spread around, while her limbs and entrails just collapsed. Chimi was gone, leaving behind only her rotting hand. Perhaps her remains were piling up the mist ahead. I had a strange certainty I couldn't touch it ever again. Was this what they called Yamabito? I couldn't accept this, no matter what.
I don't care what. Take part of me outside.
I put the hand in my jacket pocket. I took Miko, still sleeping, and shifted my grip to make carrying her easier. Wait, so if the animal guardians are the Yamabito, then shouldn't Mako also be affected? Because she is like confirmed to be the monkey, right? Well, she's gonna die too here in a second. I continued walking for too long. Mako woke up. She was shocked that Chima was gone and cried for a bit, but then she said she wanted to walk by herself, so I put her down on the ground. For the next moment, she was dragged into the mist. It was clearly a malicious force that did that. Oh. To me, it looks like a fury arm. Yoink! A scream resounded. It was an inhuman, animalistic scream. For hesitating for a moment, I turned to run and caught a glimpse of something beastly within the mist Mako had disappeared into. I ran. And ran. Suddenly I felt myself step into something wet. I had arrived at the river. It was meaningless. I lost everything. And in the end, only I survived.
I don't care what. Take a part of me outside.
Was there any meaning in fulfilling that promise? No. The meaning was for me to find. Mernheka, hello and welcome.
Yeah.
That's why I had to survive and find a forest. Yeah. I still had that hope back then. They finally broke through the mist and showed themselves. Wait, 3 wolves? Oh. Of course. This really was hell, wasn't it? It wasn't the human realm or in Nirvana. It was a river of hell, so of course both sides of it were going to be hell. There was no splash when we threw Takumi-san's body in, was there? That's not the Neon Cat song. The one with the Pop-Tart and the Pixel Pop-Tart one with the rainbow. I might be off tune with it, actually. Oh, yes, okay. I might be actually off tune with it, which is fair. I don't really listen to that one too often. The moment we went into the mist and down the cliff, our bodies vanished from the world and reached a place from which there was no return. And I finally had no choice but to accept it. As someone who had taken in the flesh and blood of Yamamito Shimi, I couldn't escape either. That was why I screamed stupidly, only imagining to run a few steps before their sinister claws tore me apart. Damn it. Where had I gone wrong? Descending into Saranaga? Not believing Chimi when she told me we couldn't escape? No, it went back even earlier than that. I already knew the answer. Ugh, shit. I really wish I'd been a part of Yasumisu and participated in the Feast of the Yomi Purge. Maybe I could have gotten a different ending than this. That was the last thought that went through my mind before all faded away. Yay, we did it! We beat the game! Woo! I mean, technically, I could end it right here. I mean, we got the credits, so I'm kind of good. Prepare yourself for the next phase? What? Alright, did I get a key? Raging Loop, Whirls and Claws. Oh, loop is spelled wrong. Interesting. Obtaining key 4, sing it to Nirvana. You can view it in the key list. The route unlocked by this key is represented, but same number of the scenario chart. Oh, ending 1. Watch it corner? Nah, I'm okay. Guess it was just a dream, right? Do better next time, you fucking weirdo. Loop is French for wolf. Ah, okay. That makes more sense. Alright. Wait. Alright, there was a key. Oh, we could do this one now. So we just got that one. It requires 20. It requires a shit ton of keys. Oh, we already did this one. Okay. Yeah, is this all it is? Just alternate routes, technically, that you just... Okay. Alright, how about this? How about I leave it to chat? I'm gonna do a poll. Would you guys like me to continue on with this game? Or we can play a new game. I'm fine either or. Alright. There. Poll has started. That's probably a hint corner you should actually watch, to be honest. You're not alternate routes, they're the actual game. It's kind of hard to say that, honestly. I can see the point in that, but it's kind of feeling like alternate routes to me. What's the new game? It's a short game called Horror Tales the Wine. Let's see, after the Devil's Fever pandemic ravages a picturesque Mediterranean island, the abandoned city becomes a breeding ground for horrific nightmares. And also, this also is in case people want to see more Raging Loop on their own time, so it's just like, okay, I don't have to spoil everything, so it's not a big deal. It's really not, that's not even 1/3 of the game. It kind of... again, I see the point, but still like, eh... Like I said, I'm gonna leave it up to you guys. We can do all these different areas. Whoa. And we'll probably skip a lot too. Well, because if it goes back to like showing all the stuff again, it's like, yeah, we're gonna skip. Just skip. So not really that upset. It's not alternate routes, it's a very linear time loop for Yen. Like I said, in case people want to see more of it, but they're on their own time, we can also just stop it here and I'll count it as completed. Or beaten. The real question is, are you enjoying this story, Tara? I am intrigued by it. It's a really weird and clunky, and again, that's due to translation issues and not translation issues. Just something just getting lost in translation. Like the jokes are kind of missing, so I'm not gonna get it. But it's definitely like a Japanese game that's gonna get it, obviously. But it's not terrible. I'm not hating it. It's kind of, I feel like it's like a horror movie, like a B horror movie. They're not the best, but they're not like terrible movies in a sense. They're kind of like a guilty pleasure in watching, so to speak. That's kind of how I feel about this. It's like a B horror movie. It's not terrible, huh? Not yet. It hasn't gotten terrible yet. Oh gosh. We're at 50-50. Oh no, who's not voting? Everybody, please vote! Yeah, I'm down for playing more. But if you, like I said, if you guys want to play this on your own time and like get everything yourself, I can totally respect that, and we can just play on with the new game. And I can do this myself in my own time. It's no big deal. Don't make me the deciding factor. I hate being the deciding factor, folks. I don't want to be the deciding factor. God damn it! Don't make me. I don't want to. Don't make me. You can't make me. Maybe I can ask Matt to just pop into my stream and vote. But he's streaming right now. I don't want to bother him. Yeah, I kind of figured that was gonna. No, actually, Reckless was kind of. Actually, I don't remember what this one is. I can spend 100k to decide the vote. Why would you spend 100k? Oh, for the game. We're currently playing some horror games right now, so I kind of would prefer that to wait until next month after we're no longer playing horror games. Choose next game. You guys are gonna be the deciding factor, aren't you? God damn it. Continue with Raging Loop? Yes and no! Hell yeah! Perfect answer for everything. Okay. Alright. So I'll do this. I'll say this. We will continue on with the game, but... if you guys want to play this on yourselves, by yourselves, or do your own thing, back out now. Walk away, and you guys can complete this game on your own time. This is your only warning, and only shot. Only time. Sound fair? Sound fair? I think it sounds fair. I think we're good. Okay. Alright, now for this one. I've been curious about this one, because we didn't choose to leave. I was curious about the leaving part. Which I'm pretty sure is going to lead to a dead end, but I'm still curious about it. Okay, leave Yasumitsu. What's going on? This is like a while ago, by the way, so I don't even remember where this part exactly is at, but anyway. It's probably best just to leave before I got too deep into this, and while it was still bright out. Being left out of the feast hardly guaranteed my safety. I couldn't expect anyone to leave me out, but dropping dead in the middle of nowhere seemed better than getting eaten alive here. Really picking options that get Haruaki killed is fun. Exactly! After making my decision, I wrapped up my conversation with Chimi and we returned to her room. She gave me some cup ramen, and it looked like she wouldn't tell me why she hadn't let me eat a dining hall's food until I asked. Excuse me. I didn't want to go any deeper into this than I already was, so I didn't ask. During lunch, Chimi went to the bathroom. That was my chance. I took out a notepad, quickly wrote "sorry, I'm leaving" on it, and took my stuff and left the room. So long, nerd! Using the mist to my advantage, I passed the inhabitants and headed to the upper parts of the settlement. It says a lot about him that half of what he's learned relies on him getting himself killed doing something daft first. I mean, I guess that's fair, technically speaking. Alright, I got to the entrance to the mountain path. The road was unpaved and sided by two giant boulders, reminiscent of a torii without a top. I could see why everyone was afraid to go beyond this point. The human mountain forest looked both gloomy and scary. But walking further seemed far less risky than staying in the settlement. I walked ahead. And soon had to stop. The road was ruined. A car would have been useless here, so this was why Mamaya-san and Hoshimoto-san couldn't leave yesterday and had to spend the night in the van. However, I wasn't exactly heavy, so getting past this was easy. I had no idea why obstacles like this were enough to hold back video game characters. You could easily walk around it. Holy shit. It's those invisible walls, man! Invisible walls! They could have had it worse. There was that one game where there was both an obstacle and an impassable cliff like mist. Anyway, I kept on walking. Most of the ground here was covered in dead leaves, ferns, and moss, making it really slippery. I supported myself by holding on to nearby saplings, but I ended up breaking a few branches. This mountain seemed completely untouched. Fujiyoshi's people clearly didn't do any forestry. I came across a very steep slope. Climbing up was impossible. I'd come this far avoiding slopes and following the road, but before I knew it, I'd lost sight of the road. I wasn't all that smart, but I decided to keep going up. Logic told me that it'd be closer to Kami Fujiyoshi the higher I got. Seriously, what was up with this mist? I couldn't see anything ahead of or behind me. I felt like I was swimming through rice water. Perhaps milk jelly. It seemed like it was heavier than air and too dense to breathe in. I felt like it would congeal around me the moment I stopped moving. What was I thinking? This was reality and this was just a mist. I walked up the desolate slope and kept walking. I had to constantly remind myself that this was just a mist and this was nothing but reality. I had no idea what happened in the end. You fell and died. Bad end number 4, watch Shank Corner. Yeah, fuck it, whatever. Sure. Hey, you've done now, Chief. Let's get the hell out of the way and move right on to the next one. Bad ending number 4, mysterious death in the forest. Just like the rules say, it seems you can't flee Yasumisu. I don't know why that is, but you probably wouldn't have believed it for yourself unless you tried it once, would ya? Well, Haruaki Fusashi can just redo things after he dies. For good or for ill, he can retire as much as he wants until he gets it. If you want to go forward, just go back to Yomi 3, leave Yasumisu, and pick the other choice. Well, that's enough of this time. Die another hearted death next time. Guess it was just a dream, right? Don't be a dumbass next time. Chart. Chart. Okay, what else are we missing? Okay, that's locked. That's heavily locked. Okay, and this is all we got. Okay. Okay, disappearance. Okay, we did that. Okay. Then this opened up another lock. Oh, wasn't I in here? Oh, it's over there. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay, nothing in tutorial. Alright, making sure. Alright. To lock number 4. Whoa. Suddenly emotional memories flitted into my mind. Remember incident. Right, how did I forget? I'd already experienced this looping phenomenon or whatever. Hold on, looping? What the hell? There's no way something like that could... But... that wasn't it. What else could explain this? How else could I, someone who died once, be alive right now? Good fucking question. I had clear memories of getting caught up in some strange incident in Yasumitsu and, shit, I couldn't remember how it ended. It was like this last time, too. My memories were all fragmented. But I did remember that I went to Yasumitsu, met the people there, and died. Had I come back here when, or because I died? That was a ridiculous idea, but the pain and fear I felt back then was just so vivid and fresh in my mind. I couldn't simply dismiss it as just a dream or illusion. There's no point in lying to myself. I was here having experienced something that made me sure I died. It was a completely memory from the future. I had no idea why I had it, but I definitely did. I had to come to terms with it first and foremost. The gas tank wasn't empty, but my phone couldn't find a signal and was running out of battery. And my throat was a bit dry, exactly like last time. That meant that I was about to arrive at... Knew it. I really didn't want to meet that employee again, but from what I'd experienced, she was the only one I met before going to Fujiyoshi, so avoiding her probably wasn't a great idea. Her attitude was shit, but at least she always did what I asked. Well, I really didn't want to drive down that unpaved road again. Hey. Ooh, excuse me. Ooh. Once again, she greeted her customer in a borderline insane way. It actually made me kind of relieved, and I wanted to believe that it was just some kind of trick of the mind. Bless, thank you, thank you. It was just like before. To her, I was just an annoying late-night customer. Oh well, I just buy what I wanted. I'll take these. Huh? Why are you guys getting so much crap? No reason. Yasumiso was just desperately poor and it had me worried. What was her problem? I was the customer. With this much stuff, she had to use the register. Still grumbling, she started scanning the barcodes. When she was done, I paid and asked. I want to get to the nearest settlement. Do you have a map I can look at? Huh? No, we don't. Please, I need it. Just wait. She went through the staff door. Found it. Knew it. This here's the store. Go to the north of the crossroads. Mm-hmm. You'll find an overpass soon enough. Cross it. When you come to a fork next to a giant boulder, turn right and head straight. Well, that's just a forest, isn't it? I knew that it was. There wasn't even a paved road there. Why'd she recommend the road anyway? If I'd crashed and died, it'd be homicide by negligence. There's a settlement. It's just not on the map. That wasn't a lie. It wasn't weird for Yasumitsu to not be on the map. It was nearly an abandoned settlement in the middle of nowhere. What did she know about it? Did she live in Fujiyoshi or something? It sounds like it'd be bad for my bike. What about this place? Fujiyoshi? It's a 2-hour drive through that shitty mountain path. Could I write that down? Sure. Where's the other closest town? Past 2 mountains. Man, it couldn't make any sense of the local distance measurements. I don't recommend going wild around these parts at night. Oh, actual consideration. Though it's hard to be grateful, she was the one who pointed me in the direction of that shitty road in the first place. Turning back takes courage, too. Turning back, huh? I'll think about it, thank you. Thanks for coming or whatever. Oh, by the way, got any interesting local drinks? I didn't see any in the drink aisle. Well, then we don't have any. I just thought you might have something in the back. Like hell we would. Could you at least check? Just wait. Found it. Seriously? Show me a 500cc bottle with a black liquid inside. The label looked written by hand and said Wild Plant Cola. I expected nothing and got something huge. This place was amazing. Oh, sorry, but I got quite a lot of stuff. Do you have a rubber rope I could hang onto my bike to hold it all? This ain't a hardware store. I'd be happy if you just looked. Do Just wait. Man, she wants to murder the fuck out of us. I can guarantee that. Found it. Seriously. Well, since we've come this far, I have a list here. Think you can see if you have anything on it? What the hell? You got a death wish or something? Are you serious? Are you saying you'd kill me? Please, I just want you to have a look. Wait here. Thanks. We had it all. What the hell's this place? What the fuck? Normal things for a normal middle nowhere convenience store. True, very true. When it's late at night, people are not expecting customers, so they want to be left alone. And here I am just walking up and bothering her. It felt like she was about to kill me, but I successfully came out with pretty much all I needed. Then I just made a run for it. I opened up the weird wild plant cola. Looking up the noisy light trap above, I took a sip. It was cool, intense, and had a strange grassy flavor, but wasn't too bad at all. I expected something totally gross, but it was actually a legit drink. Slightly disappointed, I looked at the ingredients. Cola and plant extract. Hold on, cola as an ingredient? Did they just buy cola and mix it in? And plant extract? Could be anything from fruits to poisonous plants. What the hell? Was this even safe to drink? Well, at least it tasted good. It was probably smart to just turn around and drive away. Entering Fujiyoshi means death. Turn back. Perhaps that was what the loops were trying to tell me. Maybe I ought to listen. But was it really that easy? I had no real grounds for this, but if the cause of this strange phenomenon was somewhere in the village, perhaps I couldn't break out of the loop until I solved the mystery behind it. What would happen if I left then? Would I go on and live the rest of my days only to die and come back here? Would I return to youth after years of being old? That part didn't sound half bad, actually. It wasn't really something I could just accept so easily. This was just speculation. But what if I actually hadn't moved an inch from that mountain pass? Was everything from then, now until death, was just an anti-Morton fever dream, and dying again would just bring me back there? If that was how it was, everything I do with my life from this point onward would be meaningless. Maybe I really should move on only after taking care of whatever was binding me. Also, how could I leave something so strange, unnatural, and incomprehensible and just return to the city? Ooh. Turn back. It's gonna be bad things. Until I finished my drink, the thing guiding me was my good sense, other known as opportunism. Man, what a weird experience that was. It'd make a good campfire story once I made it back where it belonged. I pushed aside my sense that something wasn't right, my anxiety and my fear, and startled the seat of my bike. Well, there was another way to look at this. I could try and see whether ignoring it all and running away would actually work. After all, this might end up being the only way to solve the problem. True. I turned the key, opened the throttle, pushed the signal to the left, and connected the clutch. Away I went, starting with the left turn. Anyway, I'd go up the mountain path. I'd had enough of this ride. I'd return to civilization, eat some normal food, get some decent sleep, and live my boring everyday life. Just recognizing how precious those things were was more than enough for me. That made this trip all worth it. A dense mist drifted into my view. Oh yeah, here we go. Ha 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 ha. Dumbass. Game over. Pad ending number 6. Watch Ant Quarter, sure. You don't know, eh, Chief? This one was pretty standard, so let's get right to it. Bad ending number 6. Mysterious youth turned death. Just like bad ending before, this was an ending you knew wouldn't turn out well, but try it just for the heck of it. Looks like running away isn't an option. Better suck it up, I guess. Go back to 4 infiltration Q route. Test your luck again. It was short, but that's all for this time. Die another hearty death next time. Guess it was just a dream, right? Better luck next time, dumbass. Alright, so we got 3 to choose from. I'm so curious now. So... Huh. I'm confused. I've usually been given 2 options. Now I got 3. Would Fujiyoshi kill me as well? Or would it give me a key? Because what would be the point of going through the normal route? Like, yeah, he would know things, but still. I hate options, damn it! I've been given too many options now. Huh. Well, we can always explore this later, so... Pass by Fujiyoshi. As I finished my drink, the idea was barely different from just turning around and leaving. Maybe we could just pass it by? I was curious what would happen if I ignored Yasumisu, Fujiyoshi, and the clerk's warning, and just simply drove on past. Why would anything happen? I just continued down the road, right? Why did I feel so uneasy then? After thinking for a moment, I arrived at a mindset of eliminating whatever options seemed wrong. My guess was that this wouldn't take care of the root of the problem. But I was the type who wouldn't believe that until I tried it myself. Is that a signal saying you're going through a dead end? Like he's saying, well, this doesn't sound like a good idea, but I'm gonna try it anyway. I turned the key, opened the throttle, pushed the signal to the left, and connected to the clutch. Away I went, starting with the right turn. The tense mountain path continued for a while. Though I did feel like falling asleep, I was definitely becoming more and more exhausted, both mentally and physically. Even this jacket, the force of the wind goes by doing a number of my body, especially as I kept onward for over an hour. I did, however, see a sign above my head that said Fujiyoshi. As I decided, I just passed it by, never coming close to Fujiyoshi or Kasumizu. Now I just passed the 2 mountains and reached the town I was told about. Perhaps I should have been more suspicious of the fact that I'd stopped acting in my heart after all. Maybe I was just so tired I couldn't even make any decisions. I could only remember noticing a strangely dense mist surrounding me, but that was when my brain lost all capacity of perception or judgment. Dead. Dead. Game over. Want chant corner? Sure. What do you have to say about this, buddy? You've done it yet again, eh, Chief? Oh well, let's get this over with. Ending number 7, mysterious passing by death. Well, this is another ending you check for the heck of it, just to make sure it wasn't possible. Unfortunately, running away is not an option. Go back to 4. Test your luck again. Okay, that's it for this time. Die another hearty death next time. Guess it was just a dream, right? Do better next time, dumbass. Alright, through a process of elimination. That's all we're doing right now. Alright, fine. I'll go back to the village. The skip thing option is just a little weird for me. As I finished my drink, I made my decision. I'd return there, and face that tragedy again. Of course, I was curious about this looping phenomenon, but I did recall what I'd thought during my final moments. It was something if only I'd handled this better. And for better or for worse, this weird looping phenomenon had given me a chance to do just that. If I went about it all a bit better, perhaps I could get a better ending. Hisako Mamaya, Yudai Hashimoto, Kozo Makashima, Yoshitsugu Orib, Takumi Muro, The Old Man Who Cried Wolf, Chikamochi Kamashido, Rikako Umatsu, Hiyori Oribi, Hyonosuke Nasato, Meiko. Hell, even Yasunaga Orib, Tamawaki, and Haru Makashima were just victims of some strange superstition. I love how we have to keep saying your entire fucking names! It's so great! It's not at all fucking frustrating in any shape or form. It's driving me a little insane. Just keep saying, I'm gonna say your full name each and every fucking time I talk to you. I'm just like, all right, let's go. But I, Haruki Fusashi, could not delude myself. There it is again, just to spite me, goddammit. I was no hero. I had no powers, no convictions. I was just a dilettante. My only motivation here was a sense of perfectionism. I was annoyed at how many mistakes I made the first time around. Plus, there was a certain attraction I felt toward the unknown. It was an urge foundational to my being. I'd be risking my life on its behalf. I wasn't about to pretend I was acting for the sake of others here. Although, Chimi Sirazawa, though she hated her childhood home, it remained part of who she was, and I wanted to keep that from being tarnished with blood. That motive was preserved, forcefully selfish, lustful, and filthy. I couldn't let myself forget any of that. I remembered the names of those I met, and what I had to do. I turned the key, opened the throttle, pushed the signal to the left, and connected the clutch. Away it went, starting with the right turn. You'll find an overpass soon enough. Cross it. When you come to a fork next to a giant boulder, turn right and head straight. I quickly came across it. I could clearly remember this overpass. The large boulder wasn't new to me either, but I wouldn't take that route this time. I just kept on driving, not lowering my speed for a moment. Full speed ahead. I drove on the winding mountain path. Strangely enough, my fatigue, though present, wasn't too bad, and my head was perfectly clear. I knew which route to take without even looking at my copy of my map. Or maybe I'd driven through here before. Perhaps this wasn't the first choice I made, but one of many. I couldn't be sure, and since my memories were so incomplete, nothing was certain. Still, they'd be an asset to the fight ahead. I wasn't going into this unarmed. I could no longer see the moon. If those memories held true, the rain would begin soon. I drove in darkness, but I could still make out a sign above me. The road wasn't wide, but I decelerated and somehow managed a U-turn. There were no other cars, so no one would complain. I returned and looked at the sign. It said that driving ahead would have led me to Kashiharu, while by turning right, I'd find myself at Fujiyoshi. Finally. It was already past midnight, but actually earlier than I thought. A 30-minute drive from this point, which led me to Fujiyoshi, or rather Kamifujiyoshi, the place that wasn't too popular among Kasumisu's people. Aw, I can't do the keys. Alright, enter village. Oh, a house. My time estimate was more or less right. After 30 or so minutes, I began seeing houses between the hills and trees. I eventually left the forest and could see as well as anyone could in the middle of the night. It was already raining, and I knew it'd only get worse. I had to do something before that happened. There were next to no city lights, and not a single house I could see was lit up either. However, unlike Yasumisu, the destitute place where most of the houses had been built from wood, the houses were modern. The road was well paved too. I could see some bus stops and vending machines, emphasizing that this was modern Japan. Even if they have an inn or something, I doubt they'd accept someone barging in so late. Some would think there was a way for me to at least get a roof over my head, but I knew that was just a city dweller misconception. Same went for the idea that rural folk were nice enough to let you stay if you just asked nicely. That was just pure delusion. In actuality, rural areas were subject to local legends and traditions, with many of the residents believing good, peaceful lives were only possible thanks to their protection. Of course, that wasn't always wrong, but that was also the reason why many rural areas are so cold to outsiders. Hell, this was a village so behind the times, it still had a settlement for ostracized, and they still discriminated against so badly. This place was probably even more insular than your average rural village. They wouldn't take kindly to an outsider like me, and would probably be wary the entire time we stayed here. I could only imagine how strongly they'd react if some brown-haired man suddenly drove in on a bike and... Hey, what are you doing? Stop right there! Get off and come with me! What the fuck? Was I some sort of idiot? Like the city boy I was, I just went in there thinking it'd all just work out. Now I caught the attention of a police officer. Well, I doubted he arrested me or anything, but the fact that there was some weirdo who invaded the village in the middle of the night would spread among the people here in less than a day. Now I'd be treated like a criminal if I wanted to talk to anyone here. The officer looked middle-aged, but what stood out about him was the fact that he seemed like the most generic meathead old man from the countryside. He told me to sit down here and wait until he came back. I could only imagine the chewing out I was in for. What? Why is he getting pulled over? Or at least almost detained. What the fuck? Still, I was pretty sure that passing Kamifujiyoshi was one of the main conditions here. I could clearly remember. cab! I had memories of this. Misako Mamaya and Yudai Hashimoto came through there through the normal route, and they weren't considered a problem. They died on the first day of the feast, but that wasn't because they were outsiders. They just violated the feast's rules. They either hadn't cleansed themselves, sheltered all alone, or dreamed. My assumption was that before it all happened, they'd stayed at an inn in Kamifujiyoshi. They'd only come to Yasumisu on that day for the sake of that article. Unfortunately for them, the mist came and the landslide happened, making it impossible for them to go back to Kamifujiyoshi by car. Then everyone started sheltering, and no one came to help them. Forget the outsider. All my cons and I'll check the other places too. Stop wasting time and go back to yours. Yeah, even Takumi-san had to try to cut me off because I was an outsider. Giving me a way to survive, however improvised, was probably a huge risk for Chimi. I had to keep that in mind. Back to the journalists, though. They ended up abandoned in the village plaza, clueless about what was happening. What had they done then? They'd obviously chosen to spend the night in the van. I had no idea how Hashimitoshi and Mamaya-san fit in there together, but since they hadn't slept alone, they'd broken the shelter rule. Hell, I wasn't sure if the van was a valid source of shelter to begin with, even if locked. Bakushi, hello and welcome! Damn, I have three purple folk in here. What is going on? Too many purple. You guys are blending with my background. Don't you see that? Don't you see right now you guys are blending with my background? I'm just kidding. It's all good, folks. But I like purple. Purple best color. Alright, fair enough, fair enough. You're all like my sister, fair enough. I mean, I have a different opinion, but I can respect the color purple, at least. Mine is slightly distinct. It is slightly distinct, but if I'm not paying enough attention, I could get confused. What just happened in the past. Especially with green. That's probably why Hashimito-shi's body was found in the van. And since Hisako Mamaya had probably roamed around at night, she'd broken the dream rule. I had no idea why she'd gone outside, but it could have been something simple, such as nature calling, or a search for a better place to sleep. Of course, as a journalist, she might have smelled a scoop on this ominous village and gone out to gather info. Not to mention they couldn't have taken a bath in their situation, so they obviously had to cleanse themselves. And so, she died at the hands of that thing. Now, about what happened to me. I died once after leaving the outdoor toilet. Dying because I had gone outside was understandable, but honestly I wasn't sure the toilet even counted as inside. I bet that it didn't. And of course I hadn't bathed or slept, so I broke all the rules. And yet I'd survived. What made my situation different then? Well, something was rattling on the door though, to be fair. Can you summarize what happened so far? So the four-eyed freak and the old lady were actually the wolves. And it turns out the story that we know about the wolves and the animals that the guardians, the stories were actually kind of reversed, that the wolves were actually killed by the evil guardians. And so this is like a weird revenge story. I'm not too really sure what the heck the wolves care so much about this, but okay. So the wolves are just here to kill the Yamabito, and the guardians are apparently the Yamabito. And if you try to like leave the village, you get cursed, or become a Yamabito or whatever. So everybody died pretty much, except for like 3 people. But one of them was gonna die anyway, so whatever. So now we're starting the story again, but this guy remembers everything. He remembers everything that happened. We even went through some other routes too of bad endings, so. Rocky escaped with Chimi and Miko, and then Chimi literally fell apart into gore. Miko seemingly vanished, and then Haruaki died. Yep, pretty much. It was whether I'd been found by that thing or not. Upon seeing me, it recognized me as a rule breaker and executed me. But when it hadn't found me, I survived despite breaking all the rules. That meant that the sheltering law was simply a method meant to keep the wolf-like thing from finding you. The time I survived, I tried to force its way in, but failed. Nothing had happened to me because I was locked in. If the lock was broken or something, I'd have been found and killed easily. Basically, you could avoid the monster by just properly locking yourself in somewhere. Meiko was proof of that. She was a lost child who'd come from the hated Sharnaga, but she survived all the way up to the end without succumbing to the corruption. That meant the important thing there was to get a lockable residence in Yasumisu with a bath. And that was exactly why arriving via the normal route was necessary. If I'd come from Saranaga again, most of the inhabitants would treat me like distrust and disgust driving me away. But if I was a person who arrived through Kamifuchiyoshi for whatever reason, they'd be willing to accommodate. Meiko was probably only giving a place because she was young and because Rikaku Matsu had protected her. I couldn't expect similar treatment. Rikaku Matsu preemptively gave a house to Meiko, to a small child like her. It may seem like she knew the mist and the feast would come. I think more on that later, though. It could be that she'd given her a key right after the mist came. Anyway, if I could be like Meiko and get a proper place I could stay in, I'd have the right to participate in the Feast of the Yomi Purge. I'd be able to listen to the talks myself instead of relying on Chimi and be able to contribute my own thoughts. I learned so much more about the feast. That'd mean a lot, considering that some people there, especially the elders, wouldn't want to talk about Yasumisu's problems to those outside the feast. A part of me wanted to avoid another tragedy, but a part of me that wanted to find out what was behind this mystery was equally strong. That monster and the thing that allowed me to still be here, this looping phenomenon, were the main mysteries here. Well, I did have some questions about the monster. It had found me when I locked myself in the toilet. It was probably just curious why I was locked. Could a monster with a wolf head just track me by scent? Why did it half-ass the job? Its failure to eliminate me only made the inhabitants more suspicious of me. There were no feast laws regarding outsiders. That was why it was best for us to just not be present. Looking at the current laws, those who didn't have a place to stay were outsiders, and they had to be removed because of that. The system worked fine for the most part, but then there was me, a proper breach. That monster meted out the corruption. It was on the side of Great Lord Shinai. As such, it should have used some divine powers or whatever to address the problem. It also seemed to me like they'd have the power to unlock doors. Yeah, this is getting confusing. Is this like the werewolf social game? It kinda is, yeah. Very much so. Last time the wolves were Yasunaga, Oribi, and Tei Yamawaki. According to legend, they had been replaced by wolves who come back from the dead, but their story was completely different. They said they were normal people who had wolves as their guardians. That meant that the thing that couldn't have been Yasunaga-kun or Tei-san. It was more like an agent of the same side as whatever granted them their powers. I had no idea why they were granted the protection of the guardians, but from what I could tell, guardians were like fragments of divine power. And if you were on the same side as the one who granted those powers, couldn't you just use the unlocking power whenever you wanted? Why would a supernatural being make such a careless mistake? Any assumptions made beyond this point would just be grasping at straws, and bias my observations. I just stop here for now. Anyway, it was imperative I got myself a place to stay. What was I doing here anyway? I've been theorizing about this and that for almost half an hour now. Dawn was close. I only had a little over 10 hours until the mist came. I had to find a secure place to stay within that time. That was hard to begin with, but as things stood, it was outright impossible. Seriously, what the fuck does the policeman want? Did I have to run away? What if I just ran away to Yasumisu? Said I came from Kamifuchiyoshi, like it was no big deal, and asked him to let me live there. Well, he had enough imagination to suspect me. I definitely needed someone from Kamifuchiyoshi to vouch for me, and for that, I had to find someone that could turn this around. I looked around the police box. Tidy desk, a rotary phone. It felt like the place of an officer from mid-20th century. There were wanted posters on the walls. Oh, they caught that guy. One of the men even had the look of a criminal. And that one? The serial killer, eh? It's possible he's lurking in the area, huh? That was pretty freaky! Finally, I heard some noise. The door opened and the officer returned. Didn't run away? You've got guts. I should have ran. What was that? Ah, he wasn't one to mess around. I mean, I didn't do anything wrong, bro. What's your name? Haruaki Fusashi. Haru from Sun and Aki from Meiji for Haruaki, and Fusa from Workshop and Ishi from Stone for Fusashi. Fusashi. What a weird name. This ought to be a fake kid. Rude. You from Tokyo? Yes, I am. It was like anyone weird was from Tokyo to them. Some serious stereotyping there. It was right, though. How old are you? 24. Huh? What's your job? I'm a student. College, eh? So you got a good head, but no common sense. I just drove on the road at night. That was so unfair. I want to talk back so badly. So why are you here? He lowered his voice a bit. That was the main matter here, and how he treated me could change depending on my answer. What angle did I have to take? Say I have a girlfriend or I got lost. Which one leads to a dead end? I'll follow my girlfriend. I had an idea. Well, what? Say it. I heard that the girl I dedicated my heart to lived somewhere out here, so I came looking for her. There, he acted like he didn't care. He was definitely interested. Here in human society, love stories were a supreme form of entertainment and a good excuse for doing all sorts of weird things. Anything was possible when a girl, or guy, was involved. Well, you say that, but no one here actually went to Tokyo. We met elsewhere. Oh? When I went to Karuizawa to recover from the after effects of the bird flu. So I wove for him a dramatically majestic story of how I'd grown close to a woman I dedicated my life to. The cop was really into it. It looked like he didn't care at first, but by the time I got to the part where she first invited me to her house, he displayed a childlike enthusiasm. Ooh. Eventually became true lovers, but she said she couldn't throw away her childhood home, which led to a tearful goodbye. At that point, the couple was fully invested, and the girl returning back home. So he threw away the city and came after her, eh? Oh. He smelled like he was about to pat me. I definitely captured his heart. But was there a girl like that here? What's your fiance's name? There it was. Everyone in rural areas knew each other, so trying to make up a person wouldn't get anywhere. But that wasn't a problem for me. I had the perfect name in mind. She's Chimi Shirazawa. Get out. Huh? Get out right now. Instant. Just get the fuck out. Get the fuck out, you lying sack of shit. Just get the fuck out. That was so good. He stood up and approached me so menacingly I felt like he was about to attack me. In the end, he jumped on his scooter and led me to some crossroads, clearly intent on getting me as far away from Fujiyoshi as possible. I was now heading toward the so-called Kachihara era. The rain had already stopped, but it was tiring to drive along the stick-slick asphalt. I knew Chimi and Fujiyoshi were distant, to say the least, and since she'd been out of the village, they couldn't have known what she'd been up to. I thought they'd make my story more believable, but what the hell was that reaction? The thing that set him off was Chimi's name. She told me she would almost killed someone with a bat. Was her reputation that bad? Even if it was that the right reaction to make? You expect something like, I really think you shouldn't, and the like. Was it because she was from Yasumitsu? That makes sense. If they didn't want outsiders to know Yasumitsu, it makes sense for them to chase away anyone coming to meet her. That only made it look more suspicious. Anyway, what now? I'm gonna try coming back again after getting some rest in the nearest town. But from what I could tell, entering Yasumitsu from coming Fujiyoshi wouldn't be as easy as I first thought. The fatigue was getting the better of me. I knew it was a good idea to stop, but no, I actually didn't know it. I wasn't able to think straight. Mist? Now? What, is it artificial? No, that didn't make sense. My mind was hazy, and I could no longer make sense of anything. We're just gonna go with the bike crashing all the time, huh? That's the best way? Taboo name. Oh, wow. Alright, hint corner, sure. Too bad you've done now, eh, Chief? Things got rough again, huh? What hit will you get this time? Bandit 9. Mysterious Chimi names overreaction death. Take a good look at the key 6 contents in relation to the places it can be used in the scenario chart. Go back to 4 infiltration interrogation answer and look for the other keys. Blah 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 blah. Guess it was just a dream, right? Do better next time, you fucking dumbass. Actually, I'm kind of curious. What do my keys look like right now? How many keys do we have? Okay, there's 20 keys in total. Holy shit, that's a lot, actually. And we only have 1, 2, 3. Wow. You want to pet the sheep? It's okay I'm asking you to get murdered and shit like that? I don't want to trust him with my life. And besides, he doesn't have a sheep tail. He has a wolf tail. I won't trust that with my last dying breath, goddammit. Alright, so just 3 keys. I thought we had more for some reason. Alright, well, whatever. Whoa, what? Oh, I'm 1 key away from that one. Interesting. Alright. And 1 key from this one as well. Okay. Alright, I got lost. I went on a bike trip and lost my way. I just told him the truth. There's nothing shady about that, and telling him some cheap lies would only make him suspicious. Really? He put on a threatening tone. I really wish you didn't stare at me like that. What, did he expect me to fall for him? Really, I've been wandering around the mountains for hours before finding a convenience store. An employee told me about this place. Convenience store? They told you to come here? She hadn't told me to go to Kami Fujiyoshi, but she had told me about Yasumitsu. I just tell the truth until the end. She told me about a settlement in the mountains that not even on the map. I kindly refused, and then she told me about here. That's strange. Is there a settlement like that? Beats me. That was clearly an act. He looked away. Man, this guy was honest. Well, I get it. There's nothing special about you, huh? Yep. Let's see. Well, you should stop going around at night disturbing the peace like that. I'm minding my own fucking business, bro. How about you stop bothering me and ruin my peace of night, huh? Jackass. I'd have appreciated an apology for treating me with so much suspicion, but I have more important things to talk about. Anyway, would you mind if I spend a night here and... Alright, I'll show you the way to the road. Huh? I'm so tired. You can complain, you'll be just fine. My fuel is running low. I gave you some for my scooter. I don't feel so good. You should hurry up and go. Is something going on here? Nope. I wasn't even looking into my eyes as he said that. He got on his scooter and saw me off into the crossroads. Man, what a great guy. I didn't expect him to go this far. Yeah, right. What the hell did he even want me to out so badly? Well, at least the rain stopped. That was the only good thing about this. Was this some special time of the year when the presence of outsiders was bad? Was it worth chasing me out even if it seemed unnatural? That seemed like a decent guess. Even if the mist hadn't showed up for decades now, the legends were deeply rooted in local culture, there would still be related traditions alive. Or maybe he was sure something bad was going to happen. Or was he on the side that make it happen? Did they have a means to create such a dense mist? Mist happened when an air cooled and the water vapor in the air couldn't stay gaseous. It was basically small water droplets. The mechanism by which they worked could easily be replicated in a lab. They even did it on educational TV. Though I found it hard to believe they could reproduce a scale vast enough to hide an entire settlement. They need some device that no doubt would be large and heavy, and it'd have to be in the Surnaga Rapids of all places. Though I'd only been to Surnaga when I couldn't see anything, either because it was at night or misty. The mist was made by some huge machine put there by Kami Fujiyoshi people. I'd be really pissed to say the least. The Takumi-san did say he had to pick up corpses from Surnaga. Even if it was a forbidden ground, it wasn't likely they could just install a device like that there without anyone noticing. That was how it was in some novel, wasn't it? The corpse was there to begin with, but they couldn't just perceive it. I'd have to like to believe in something a tad more realistic. In the end, I had to keep going toward the area called Kachihara. Maybe I'd get some rest there? If I returned the next day, the cop would surely snap at me. Would I even go back? The fatigue was getting the better of me. I knew it was a good idea to stop, but no. I actually didn't know it. I wasn't able to think straight. Mist? Now? Was it artificial? No, that didn't make sense. My mind was hazy and I could no longer make sense of anything. Well, we're just getting to some lazy writing right here. Nice officer. All right, well, there's the okay. Now could you choose the other option then? No, we're not gonna watch the hint corner. I don't care. It's probably not gonna say much. Guess it was just a dream, right? Do better next time, dumbass. Alright, we got it. And there's that one up there too. So I wonder if this also leads to a dead end, but we'll get key 7 and then go up to this one. Interesting. Snap. Yep, that sounds like a dead end to me, but we'll find out. What's it to you, huh? Huh? This is Japan! We're free to go however, or wherever. I can be wherever I want, whenever I want, damn it! The hell's up with you? I'm tired of dying, damn it! I know I come back, but dying really hurts! You damn punk. I know this route's a dead end too. What next then? You want me to dance naked? Some toes... some taste you got there, God! Trying to break the fourth wall a little bit here, huh, buddy? Haraki gets shot by a cop. Blam, blam, blam. I dared to do it, you shit. Just shut up and let me stay here. Then let me go to Yasumitsu and make it look normal. Ah! Ah! He went crazy. What the hell? Hello? Hello? All right, I'll shoot him. Ah! Okay, that was a little bit more creative. There we go. Berserk. Yep, I fucking knew it. Game over. Guess it was just a dream, right? Do better next time, dumbass. Generally did not remember whether he actually got shot in that or not. I mean, it's not a bad guess, all things considered. So, being pulled over by the fucking policeman is just bad all around. I drove in darkness, but I could still make a sign out above me. The road wasn't wide, but I decelerated and somehow managed a U-turn. There were no other cars, so no one could complain. I returned and looked at the sign. It said the driving ahead would lead me to Kashihara, while by turning right, I found myself at Fujiyoshi. Finally. It was already past midnight, but actually earlier than I thought. A 30-minute drive from this point would lead me to Fujiyoshi, or rather, Kamifujiyoshi, the place that wasn't too popular among Kasumisu's people. Drink booze from the convenience store. That's the fucking answer? Fuck, okay. I stopped my bike. Then I flipped out the kickstand and locked it in place. After opening up the toolbox under the seat, I hid my license, ID, and business card. Anything relating to me, basically, inside it. Kamifujiyoshi was just ahead. If I came in like that, the officer would surely catch me and then chase me away. I had to find another way to convince that old man to let me stay. I reached into the bag of stuff I bought in the convenience store and took something out. It was a cup of a refined sake. I quickly gulped it down. Ugh, it's so bad! Cheap or not, just chugging sake like this was plain disrespectful. No, trying this at home, kids. None that kids could drink anyways. La 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 la. Unfortunately, my life and fate and whatever were on the lines here. Next cup. Third cup. 4. Huh? The hell are you? A drunk? Never seen you here before. Yep. Yep. Whoa, you reek. Where are you from? Where are you out so late? Yep. Alright, just come with me. Yeah, I realize this. This man always let me go as long as I was good for driving. Then it was best to just not talk at all and come all drunk. Woohoo! Woohoo! Shut up, dumbass, you're disturbing the neighbors! Ugh. Where was I? Ow! Whoa, 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 whoa. My head, back. I hurt all over. Tommy in a blanket. So he really let me spend the night here, just as I planned. The officer was actually a nice guy. Not like I couldn't tell. He was just rough and simple. Basically, the way to get around him was to get him to think there was nothing more to me that meet the eye. No, you awake? Let's talk for a bit. All right, it was time. So let me get this straight. You got no money, can't find a job, got chased from your apartment, left by your girl, and your parents are already gone. Came to the mountains to drink yourself stupid and die, but couldn't finish the job, huh? Yes. Took you as hell, isn't it? Yes. After spent 1 hour lying about myself, the officer looked at me with a sympathetic expression. If you ask me, you should have tried to look more proper than that. Yes, I'll think about it. Basically, I couldn't talk unless prompted, nor did I argue with him. This guy was definitely not good-natured, but he was also rough around the edges. Chatty and a bit preachy. In this case, I just kind of let him set the pace. I was about to ask him something outrageous, after all. I needed to be completely on board with the story. The front door is made of glass, and when people passed me on the farm road in front, they all gave me funny looks. It was early morning, but the people of Kami Fujiyoshi were already aware of and concerned about my presence, an outsider. Well, dying ain't good. Yeah, I was too scared to die even when drunk. Didn't seem that way. Sometimes you're so scared you can't help but laugh. Huh? That's so. Well, what do you want to know? Or what do you want to do now? I paused to make it seem like I was hesitating. I want to make a fresh start, but I've got nowhere to go. I faked some tears and quivered as I spoke. My wife's from Miyazaki. They got a small workshop there. Want to give that a try? Huh? Your wife is from Kyushu? Yeah, she's a tough woman. How'd you meet her? Well, when I was still 20. So we began his Grendo hour-long talk about his youthful romance. The words karma and a curse rebound came to mind. Apparently he was on Fujiyoshi inhabitant at the start. He and his wife were only living here in the sticks because he was the local officer. It was then that said wife, a plump and pleasant woman, came out and served us tea, so they really were living here. Eventually they got so lovey-dovey it was hard for me to talk. I instead considered what to do next. I mean, this made it really hard for me to say I wanted to make a fresh start here in Fujiyoshi. Even his wife suggested I went to work for her family back in Kyushu. Such nice people. Exactly the type they'd get swindled. Sounds great, but this place is too nice, isn't it? There's a lot of nature. I think I could take it easy here. Oh, but it's so inconvenient. It's all surrounded by mountain. I've been feeling like I was brought here for a purpose. Like, maybe I'd meet someone. Well, you did! You met us, didn't you? Damn, she was a tough one. This is the first time anyone has been so nice to me. Oh dear, please don't cry! I want to pay you back. Can I work somewhere in this village? I got to the heart of the matter, but the guy didn't look enthusiastic. His wife left the room, leaving behind the two of us in an awkward silence. I don't think you should. Huh? I mean, this place is full of old people, and it's not like we have any local experts or anything. The most you can expect is odd jobs, but... That's good enough for me. I don't even need any money. That's great and all, but there's a town not far from here. I want to work here. Well, how do I put it? The people that are here are a bit strange, you see. He went and said it. Listening to his story made me guess that he wasn't under Fujiyoshi's sway to the degree others were. They lived here for 20 years, but in some small ways they were still outsiders. The bitterness and expression was more than enough to give me that impression. Strange? Forget I said that. Anyway, don't take this the wrong way, but you should find some other... Suddenly I heard a sound coming from the outside. It was a town broadcast. Some speakers somewhere in the village were playing some unclear music, and it was... Oh, that surprised you? It's a sign that it's 7 o'clock. Yeah, I heard this music back in Yasumitsu. It was both a children's song and a playground singing game. Chimid said it was called Prayer to Shinai. So was the song revering Great Lord Shinai? But from what I remembered, it was about the Feast of the Omi Purge. That's a strange melody. I forget what it's called. It's been around here for generations. So the village as a whole had inherited it. There wasn't anything strange about that, really. Even if its roots were a cruel legend, the passage of time would eventually erode said legend's significance. Just introduce something like a wolf bowling festival, and it would be nothing more than a decent song to serve as a warning for the villagers. But that was only true if the legend's meaning had been forgotten. What happened next was shocking, even to someone who had their suspicions about the nature of this place. One by one, people started coming out of their homes, forming a crowd. The road before the office was full of people traveling from right to left. Where had this many people even come from? I couldn't even get any good looks at their expressions, but they were all hanging their heads despondently. Were they just tired? What's going on? They're going to the watering hole. Watering hole? The eatery. Everyone eats breakfast, lunch, and dinner there. That was it. That's a bit weird. Yeah, I got something to do with there being a ban on using fire because it could burn the mountain, so the watering hole did it in secret. That's why everyone here eats at the watering hole instead of their homes. Mealtimes are dictated by the Higuchi, so... don't give me more people! I can't keep up with the fucking voices. And you have a face, so that means you're important. You know what? Let's try to give him as much of a gay voice as I can possibly muster. Alright, let me try. What about us? The door slowly opened up and I heard a soft voice I didn't recognize. Surprised, the officer and I turned around. It was a man in a suit, average build. His face was round and he looked a bit shy of middle-aged. It's nothing, Higuchi-san. And turned out he's a member of one of the 4 head families here, the Higuchi. That was the family Kori Orbi was married into, but when her husband, the family's head, died, she was sent to Yasumitsu. That means this man was related to Yasunaga-kan and Yoshisuku-kan. I couldn't see a resemblance. I was definitely intrigued, though. Fujiyoshi had a tradition of using the watering hole to feed themselves, and if the Higuchi family was in charge of it, that gave them an influential position. People needed food to stay alive, and if they didn't have any way to cook, they wouldn't even consider making food for themselves. I can only imagine the power a family could have if it was in charge of all the local food and drink. Kyoryo Reap-san was in charge of the dining hall too. Her relation to the Higuchi probably had something to do with that. Perhaps she'd been sent there to fill that role. But if that was the case, the idea that Yasumitsu had been completely abandoned wasn't true at all. It mean that Kami Fujiyoshi was actually controlling what went on there. Everyone was talking about this person. Who is he? Name's Fusashi. Kid went through some bad stuff, wandered here wanting to die. That sounds quite awful. Higuchi-shi gave me a genuinely sympathetic smile. No need for that. I think I wasn't in the right mind. Sorry for the bother. Well, that's all fine and good. I see. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shoji Higuchi. I am in charge of the odd jobs around here. Pleased to meet you. I am Haruaki Fusashi. You are quite stylish. A hunk, as they say. How do you want to say so? May I ask what you were talking about? We're about to eat. Can't you leave it for later? Oh, I forgot. You always make your own food. Oh, but have you had breakfast yet, Fusashi-san? Care to join us? My family runs an eatery. We can treat you. It might also be a good chance to talk. Don't worry, looking after Fujiyoshi is part of my role. I like to know everything there is to know about what's happening here. He looked gentle and easy to get along with, but also like someone I had to watch my step around. He just walked right up to the local police officer and asked him for information like it was a casual request. It was clear he was in charge here. I gave the officer a glance out of the corner of my eye, but he'd stopped talking. I felt like the conversation I had with him could have led me to sharing breakfast with him and his wife. But he hadn't said anything about Shoji Higuchi inviting me. It was like he was telling me to accept it. Or perhaps there was no point in trying to refuse. May I? Even so, I did ask for his permission. Can I have him for breakfast? The officer didn't even want to talk to me anymore. There's still some things I'd like to ask him. Perhaps Fujiyoshi was a place where, in his presence, you couldn't even have a conversation without him involved. Yes, of course! Anyway, it was decided. The sky was clear. The eatery was split into several buildings around the village. From what Higuchi-shi had told me, Fujiyoshi had a population of about 1,000 people. It was pretty small for an autonomous area, but it was still enough to make eating in one building impossible. We went into one of them. It was crowded, but upon seeing us, the villagers stepped aside if this was all planned. Apparently, everyone here did what they thought they could to accommodate Higuchi-shi. Also, everyone was staring at me like I was an alien or something. But it felt like Higuchi-shi's presence discouraged them from staring for too long. That attitude aside, everyone here looked pretty normal. Your usual Japanese people. The lethargy from before was nowhere to be seen. Maybe they just looked lethargic because it was early morning. Most people looked like they were farmers, but I could see some students in uniforms bearing the same design as one worn by the students in Yasumitsu. The building itself was an aged wooden structure, but it was a whole lot bigger than the one in Yasumitsu, and looked way sturdier too. The interior wasn't too pretty, but it was spacious. You grabbed a tray right after walking in. They got tea and rice bowls or whatever from the ladies in aprons. It felt like a high school cafeteria, but you couldn't choose what you wanted. You could refuse what you didn't want, though. Oh, I'll look after him, don't worry. You spoke to the elderly woman one after another and made them stop staring at me with suspicion. Then we took our trays and without paying it anything, apparently they had something like union dues or something, how effective, walked away. Parting the crowd, we searched for a place to sit down. It's a bit cramped in here, but please do eat. I really appreciated getting to eat a normal meal. Lots of rice, miso soup, the one with vegetables, and boiled beans. I thought I was a vegetarian at first, but then felt something meaty inside. It's sushi! Not used to it. It doesn't taste that strange, does it? Shishi, like in no shishi board? No, specifically in here, dear board, all the wild meat is called shishi. Oh yeah, I heard that shishi once used to be a Japanese reading for meat before it became niku. I'm surprised you know that! The people of this area have been hunting for a long time and even know the hunters share what they catch, like they did with this. I hadn't thought I'd ever eat wild game in some communal eatery. Look at me. Though the taste was kind of bland overall. I could detect some soy sauce in the vegetables, while the boiled beans were kind of sweet. The soup stock, too, made me think they used a minimal amount of flavoring. The miso soup didn't really seem like miso soup, it was more like a stew, probably because shishi was the only thing they used for the stock. I tasted more of it and realized the overboiled meat still had a sort of beastly texture and smell to it. I couldn't call it good, but it was a unique local meat not everyone had the chance to eat. I was grateful for the experience. The eatery was so crowded as the people came and went, but Higuchi-shi didn't seem bothered as we talked. I kept up with him during the conversation, repeating the same lines I told the officer, and making sure to look as much poor and unfortunate soul as I could. He smiled all the way through, even as he interjected now and again. I felt like he was at least 100 times craftier than the officer, and wondered if it was my inner contrarian speaking. After that, Higuchi-shi and I returned to the officer's post, but... What would you say to Fusashi-san moving to Fujiyoshi? It was what I wanted to hear, but I couldn't let it show on my face. While the officer was against it, he didn't tend to argue too strongly. He and Higuchi-shi discussed some things, but it seemed like Higuchi-shi already knew how he'd treat me, and it didn't look like the officer's take mattered to him. After a few exchanges, the officer caved, and it was my turn to speak. You're okay with this too, aren't you, Fusashi-san? Now that was a smile I couldn't say no to, even if I wanted to. Well, it really did seem like the heads of Kami Fujiyoshi were a twisted bunch. Yes, this opportunity is a godsend for me. You can settle in right away. It's going to be a place a short distance from here. Was he serious? I don't mind. What kind of place is it? I'll tell you more in a moment. Oh, that reminds me. We had some people already headed there. Those two, huh? I'll ask them to take you there. There's no mistaking it. He smelled like he was harmless while forcing me into a settlement for the ostracized. So, do I have to sign anything? We can take care of that later. I know someone in Tokyo. He can act as a proxy for that. Anyway, we must start with your place of residence. It'd be a bother if you stayed in the officer's post after all. I'll take the ones going there. Don't worry, they are from the city too. I will have to tell the locals about you too. I'll be quite busy, but I'm sure I can get it all done by lunch. Anyway, goodbye for now! He one-sidedly ended the conversation and left the post. Nice guy. On the surface, anyway. Yeah. The officer understood the situation and didn't like it, but couldn't go against one of the heads. This is probably why Chimid said we couldn't trust the police. In Fujiyoshi, even the government institutions were only a secondary authority. Anyway, what could I make of this? I did actually expect to be sent to Yasumitsu. The people here had no interest in harboring outsiders. We weren't welcome. Or maybe they want to avoid the initial trouble caused by my immigration by making me live in the ostracized until I got used to the village. Whatever the case, this wasn't something I had to say in, which made it seem really bad. That was probably why the officer was so against it. I could understand that. Higuchi-shi, on the other hand, seemed a bit heavy-handed in all this. I could understand him wanting to set me up with a place quickly. As someone who knew about the feast, I couldn't help but be suspicious of the timing. The mist would come this evening, and he wanted to give Yasumitsu a new inhabitant until then. Did Higuchi-shi, ahead of coming Fujiyoshi, understand what that meant? Alright, what voice did I give you? I've spent a hot minute. I gave you like this weird droll, didn't I? Like a weird accent. Have you ever read Kyoko's House's articles? Sorry. I went through a highly familiar exchange and finished my introduction to Hisaka Mamaya a second time. Hello, it's nice to meet you. Hello. He was as hard to deal with as always. Higuchi-shi worked fast. Thorough, too. He'd gotten back to me before noon, and before I knew it, I was greeting with the ones who led me to my place. Just as I expected, they were the journalists. Higuchi-san said that he already contacted the people in Yasumitsu. What about you? Are you ready? I don't think I gave her that much. I think I just... that seems a little too much. Or maybe it's not enough. Maybe I should go harder. Maybe. Yes, I'm more worried about you, in fact. Oh, we're all right. If we can get there at noon, we want to stay hungry for long. I see. So you tended to come later for their convenience. Yes. He said we should avoid coming when people there are eating. Honestly, I wanted to cover their eating environment, so this is a bit of a stroke of luck. Oh, so this probably also had something to do with the people of Fujiyoshi not wanting to show their daily lives to outsiders. They could have just refused them completely, though. Did the journalists have connections that made them impossible to refuse? Or did they want to show what a developed settlement it was? Or maybe they had no intention of letting them go. Unlikely. If they killed anyone from Yasumitsu or nobody like me, they could easily conceal it due to how isolated the location was. But the two journalists had come here to make an article. If something were to happen to them here, it'd be starting to draw unwanted attention to the village. On the other hand, if Kami Fujiyoshi's people knew that the feast was near, they probably wouldn't have allowed them here. I think we should head over now. What do you think, Hashimoto-san? Fine. Whoa, he was slow, but he actually communicated with someone. That was rare. So, sorry for the bother, and thank you for having me. No worries. Oh, no worries. This is the first exchange I shared with him, in this life anyway. Of course, now get in. The van started slowly traveling down the thin, paved road between the farms. Come to think of it, May was rice planting season. The field had water all over it, and didn't display a single weed. It was full of people planting rice seedlings by hand. They're not using machines. Looks like it. The people here don't seem to like modern technology. Combines and tractors aren't that new. If you ask me, I'm impressed they're doing such a good job by hand. I'm not sure they are. That's what the big families here are trying to get heavy machinery for the job. I see, like Higuchi-san? I heard that the Megurama were in charge of farming developments. I see. So they have money, huh? Seems so. Not quite sure how that works. Something has to work here. Well, how do we put this? What I mean to say is, the big families are strangely rich for a mountain village, with an aging populace where the young go work outside. Really? Yes, the Megurama's house was really big. They even had a large foreign car. Yeah, even if it's something that could easily be explained, it was still something to keep in mind. Kyo-chan. Yes. The strange nickname Hashimoto-san used to surprise me, but Maya-san herself didn't seem bothered.
You shouldn't make too many assumptions.
But
The journalist within you is curious.
it's nothing that big.
I think you should just leave it at that.
Is that your famous photographer intuition talking?
Who knows?
Well, alright. This isn't my specialty anyway. Anyway, forget what I said.
Yeah.
Nope.
By the way, I heard you're moving here.
That's how it turned out.
Have you heard about the place you're going to?
I didn't, but I can imagine what it's like. My words made her give me a strange look.
As in...
It probably isn't a good place to live in, it being separate from the main settlement and all.
Why do you think that?
Few people looked comfortable about how I'd be treated. Well, Higuchi-san looked less like a nice guy and more like someone who could easily shrug off any guilt his actions would cause him.
I see.
Don't mind me though, I'm satisfied with where I'm going.
Maybe I shouldn't say anything, but it's a really isolated place. I don't know if loving the countryside is enough to bear it.
Don't worry, compared to dying, any place is heaven. Wait, this must sound strange. What an awkward laugh. Apparently they've been told I'd almost committed suicide. I'm curious though, what kind of place is it?
It's special.
Kyo-chan.
She tried choosing her words carefully, but that made it sound worse than just a place for the ostracized. Hashimoto-shi seemed to be warning her, but she continued talking anyway.
I still don't know much, but it's full of people who are fairly forced to live there. Both the place and the people living there aren't regarded highly here in Kamifujiyoshi.
Think before you go leaking information.
I pick and choose who I'm saying this to. This is something a person who is moving there should know. It's only fair.
There's something you should say before that, though.
Right. Sorry. Pasaishi-san, please keep this off the record.
Sure, I won't say a word to the people there.
With that in mind, are you sure? You can still go back with us if you change your mind after seeing it. You don't mind, would you, Hashimoto-san?
I think about if that's what he wants.
Fusashi-san, do you want to leave with us?
These two had an interesting relationship. Amaya-san did all the talking, but Hashimoto-san seemed to outrank her. Hell, though he didn't speak much, everything he said was really well constructed. Made sense, so to speak. While Amaya-san often became overly excited, Hashimoto-san was strangely stable, and not just in terms of appearance. Wait, this was no time to scrutinize my traveling companions. No, I don't feel like going back to the city anymore. Thank you for the consideration, though.
What?
Amaya-san, you're probably saying this as a fellow city dweller, but you realize I'm a pretty shady character myself, right? I'm just grateful for your help. That's more than enough.
I see. Then I won't say anything more.
Haruki Fusashi-kun, was it?
Yes.
You really don't look like a guy at the end of his rope.
I get that a lot. Must be my carefree attitude.
I see. I'm sorry.
What? You know, one of my classmates in middle school committed suicide. He was always so carefree that we couldn't believe he had done something like that.
Guess that's the way it is sometimes.
I might have said too much. Recalling the scene of the officer's post, I tried to get back into the character of this poor suicidal man. The van slowly ambled onward. We approached a slightly more open space. It seemed to be the center of this village, and it looked like there were small shops there. But as we went on, it started to become even more desolate, and you could see more and more trees growing between the buildings. If that was where Kamifujiyoshi ended, it was only about 3 kilometers across. It was about 10 square kilometers in size. It had 100 people for every one of them. The stones I'd seen in Yasumisu were nowhere in sight. Apparently they really were Yasumisu exclusive. I could see a large building nearby, and Mamaya-san told me it was the branch school from some nearby town. All students of Fujiyoshi might get their education there before moving on to help in the fields. The smarter ones left to work outside the village upon graduating high school. Those who went from here to college were rare, meaning that, at least relative to other locals, Chimi was a prodigy. The students from Yasumisu should have been in school this time of day. Once we passed the last residence, we entered an area mostly untouched by human hand. The road led us into the overgrown mountains. There are large stones on each side of the road.
Impressive, huh? They're like tories.
Tories?
Yes, trees inhabited by the birds serving the gods, or a gateway through a sacred boundary. Fujiyoshi worships the mountain, apparently.
Oh, the Great Lord Shinai.
You know about it?
Fuck. Higuchi-san told me a few things.
Anyway, you don't really hear that this mountain is special outside this village, do you? I never heard of the god Shinai. Going by the kanji, it sounds like it's a monkey god of some sort. That one is used only in calendars and directions.
Weren't your articles about food?
Oh, sorry. I used to write about the occult. Quickly switched topics because I wasn't keeping food on the table.
Really? Cults don't keep food on the table? I thought people would eat that shit up. She looked like your typical neat and fashionable career woman, so this was really unexpected. Really? Sounds interesting, though.
In this day and age, anyone who wants to read that kind of stuff just uses the internet.
Oh, okay, I guess it makes more sense.
Everything's in magazines is a lie, and all the real occult info is on the net. That's the general opinion of people in the cult these days. The piece of the pie that's still around was taken by the leading writers. We Newbies didn't have a chance.
Now that she mentioned it, I hadn't seen as many magazines on the occult and the supernatural these days. No idea if that was a good thing, though. The car passed a large boulder.
The road's about to get bumpy. Be careful.
Alright. When we said that, the car jumped, scaring the crap out of me. Those stones were at the mountain's boundary. We are now on Great Lord Shinai's turf. Beyond it, we found Yasumitsu and Saranaga. The entrance to Yomi was beyond the sacred ground. This religion just kept getting weirder and weirder. Eventually the pavement ended and we were on gravel road. The grove of trees became a dark forest. It was cloudy, so there wasn't much light to begin with, which only made this place extra creepy. I composed myself. After all, the real creepiness was at the end of the road. We weren't saying a word anymore, and I thought about mundane stuff like the convenience of cars. We went down on the side of the mountain for about 20 minutes and eventually made it through God's narrow road. Beyond the dense forest, there was a relatively open space. We'd arrived at the entrance. I passed when Haru-chan escaped this element and I searched for her. There were the same two large stones, and they did a great job telling me that this was some sort of boundary.
We're close.
I felt like I heard a hint of nervousness in her tone. Were we about to enter a strange realm? Or were we already there? There's no point thinking about it now. We just passed the gate and... She was... I stared carefully not to lose sight of her. Our eyes met. A mysterious red stare, white hair trailing behind her. She looked at the van as we passed. And she fell. Ah! She hit the stone! She hit her head on the stone and still writhing in pain! Hey! Please stop the van! What? Sudden as it was, Hashimoto Shi stopped the van. I jumped out and ran to her. Are you alright? She was still writhing on the ground with her hands on her head. There was no trace of the divinity mystery from last time, or from just a moment ago. It hurts. I can tell. Who are you? Just a passerby. Who am I? Hold on. I really wanted to say that. Oh, so you feel up to joking around at least, huh? The pain made me lose my composure for a moment. The girl, or rather a woman, since she was older than me, became red as a tomato right before my eyes. Rikaku Matsu. Was she an albino? Her skin and hair were pale, while her eyes were blood red. Her unusual appearance and manner of speech were exactly as I remembered. Man, where did this playfulness come from? Well, I hadn't spoken to her so much last time, so maybe I didn't know her as well as I thought I did. Are you okay? Be honest. My late mother said that pain is proof you are well. Hey, that depends on the situation. Excuse me. Slightly hesitant, I reached out for her head, gently touching it, and examined the damage. Ow. Oh, you're bleeding a bit. It's gonna leave a bump. You should take it easy for a while. Are you a doctor? No, this sort of thing is common knowledge. From the look of the wound, it isn't that bad, is it? Eh? Are you okay? Yes, but having my hair touched like that makes me feel a bit odd. I'd rather like the feeling, but I'm uncertain how I should respond. Was the skin on her head sensitive or something?
Physical intimacy with the first villager you meet. Not bad, Fusashi-kun.
Well, what are you saying? Eee! A brown man is trying to take Matsu-sama! Eee! Brown-haired people are so evil and so different compared to black-haired people! Oh my god! Ah! Out of nowhere came the old lady. Oh my god, she's shaking the ground! Oh my god, we're gonna die! Oh god, oh god. Everybody, don't panic, we'll be okay, okay? We'll be okay, don't worry about the shaking, we're gonna be fine, okay? We're gonna be fine! No, I'm not, listen up! Lady, the Matsu-sama here slipped and hit her head, so I just... What horrible things have them done to you, Matsu-sama? How awful! She wasn't listening at all! Rikako's little noises need to be way hornier? Really? Oh boy. Oh my. Feeling a bit stupid for worrying so much about her, I explained what happened and cleared up the misunderstanding. My apologies for the trouble. The ones to blame are the ones who misunderstood. Sorry. She makes very normal noises. Very normal. Now, Matsu-sama, you should come and rest at home. No need to worry about me, Yamawaki-san. Nasato-sama's in Yasumitsu right now. I'll call him.
We can take you.
Yes, please do. Now, this was unusual. She hated outsiders, but she couldn't say no to Hashimoto-san's presence.
Umatsu-san, was it? Are you sure you don't have to go to the hospital?
We have a doctor here.
Really? That's good, then. I will give you a hand. Want to get on?
What the fuck is the doctor? Apologies for the trouble.
Sorry, Fusashi-kun. You're stuck with the back.
It was full of equipment, though. I can walk.
Don't.
I've been talking nonchalantly, but her response was a stern one. Well, it was true. I could have caused some serious trouble if I arrived completely alone. I knew this from my experience arriving at via Saranaga. Also, I wasn't supposed to be familiar with the area. I had to avoid looking suspicious. My apologies. It's fine. Don't worry about it. No, I mean, I am Rikako Matsu. Rikako as in plum flower, and Matsu as in spin and end. Spin and end? Alright, we haven't properly introduced ourselves. Haruaki Fusashi. Fusa from kitchen and Ishi from stone tools, and Haruaki from Japanese for Neo-Confucianism. Haruaki Fusashi. I feel like she didn't get it at all. Anyway, thanks to that, I became an inhabitant of the backseat and a fellow passenger alongside Rikako Matsu. For a brief moment, anyway, we didn't speak much. The only noteworthy thing was the strange smell of dried aromatic woods she brought along. Besides that, it was just struggling to keep my seat as we jostled down the bumpy road. I love how he mixed up a new explanation for how his name is written every time. Normal things normal people do. You know, I actually didn't catch on to that, but then again, I kind of like tune out about the whole kanji. Hey, this is how you spell it. This is how you say it, as in like this thing. I usually turn out whenever I hear that or read stuff like that, because it just doesn't interest me that much, honestly. Leaving a trail on the unpaved road, we arrived and drove through Yasumitsu. We passed the front of Nasato mansion, then the construction site. Tae-san's house, probably. Till finally, we arrived at the plaza. By the time we got there, Umatsu-san seemed to be in perfect health and apologized profusely for the trouble she caused, though it'd be best if she took care of the wound on her head. When my son and I went alongside her and took her to the house she was living in. It was the same place where she lost her mind and the rest of us had barricaded her in. Now then, I shall wait for Nasato-sama, just in case.
Take care.
Yes, Fusashi-sama. I will surely make it up to you. Oh, don't worry about that.
Huh?
Whoa! I'd completely forgotten about Umatsu-san's extra.
Oh, who's this girl?
You did not see her yesterday? She wandered Yasumitsu 2 days ago.
Oh, from Kami Fujiyoshi? I could drive her back if you want.
No, she... Ah, why not ask someone else? Rikako-san needs to rest. Oh.
You have a point. Then we'll be leaving now. How about this girl?
Mako.
Huh?
Umatsu-san called to Mako and brought her inside. A stronger smell began wafting from the building. Maybe they were burning incense.
She's cute, isn't she?
Yeah.
Her attire combined with her appearance make her look just mystifying.
Attire?
You didn't notice? Well, it's the style of Shinto shrine maiden uniform. The dark coloration is clearly Buddhism influenced. It's clearly religious garb. I never expected a place so remote to have its own religion. How exciting.
It's good to be enthusiastic about your work, but there are limits to how far you should pry, don't you think? Man, everyone seemed to just appear out of nowhere this time.
Oh, Nasato-san. I'm sorry, are you here to treat Umatsu-san?
Maya-san gave a confident journalistic smile and spoke to Kiyonosuke Nasatoshi. Yes, if you're aware of that, then please get out of the way, And who is this man?
Oh, he's Haruaki Fusashi-san. Higuchi-san sent him to live here.
Huh? Hello, I hope we can get along. You're not from Fujoshi, are you? No, I'm not. Things happened, I left Tokyo and ended up here. What's Higuchi's thinking? You have my sympathy there. Anyway, I'm off. I'm coming to Rikako-san. Sympathy, huh? As condescending as always. After parting ways with him, we returned to the plaza. Hashimoto-san was taking photos of a small flower nearby. I could imagine that someone told him to not take photos of the houses. We're only the ones here, and I couldn't hear anything but the wind. It was strangely quiet.
Like always, this place is...
She fell silent before finishing her derisive comment. Wise move. Wouldn't it be good to finish that comment by comparing the place to a ghost town?
Let's go then. You're going to the dining hall, right?
Yes. Despite having next to nothing to do with me, Mamaya-san was helping me out a lot. But again, she was heading there too. Oh, I've been waiting for you. You're Fusashi-san, yes? Oh, whoops. Just click. And hello to you too, Fusei-san, Hashimoto-san. Hello. Hello.
Hello, hello.
It took a lot to keep myself from saying hello, hello, hello. Higuchi-san sent me here. A pleasure to meet you. Shoji Higuchi-san had pushed me to working at the dining hall here. Not the watering hole, but dining hall. He strongly emphasized that it wasn't under his control. That's why it had been decided I meet Kiori-san. And her crazy-ass self. She had an oval, composed, slightly haggard face. I couldn't see a hint of the demon from before. Purely if it was their children, some parents could become both demons and angels. I kind of felt like that applied to the entire history of mankind, for better or for worse. My, you're well behaved for someone so young. Oh no, I'm just a failure. Oh come now, But are you sure you want to, you know... It's fine, many people say otherwise, but this is a nice place. It is? But I don't know if you've been told, but this dining hall is more like a ration distribution house. This is hard for me to say, but you won't be paid. The most we can offer is meals. I don't mind. If I can live a simple life, I don't need money. My. Huh? What are ya? An old fart? Suddenly, Yoshitsugu Oribi-kun walked through the door, displaying the same recklessness that always probably gotten him killed last time. Hell yeah, Mickey Mouse is back, baby. Let's go. Yoshitsugu, why are you not in school? Shut it! I said I ain't going! Hey, you fucking zombie! Heard you came here because you couldn't die! That's so lame! Yoshitsugu, how dare you! Oh, word spread fast around here. They called and told Kiori-san about it. Then she told it to several other people, and it probably leaked. Yeah, I'm so lame. The hell? You okay upstairs? Oh, let my lips it up, doing. Oh. I can't say I am. I am an idiot. Hey, hag! Don't hire this guy! He'll mess up the place! I don't want to hear that from someone who doesn't go to school or help around. Shut up!
Hey, you brown-haired dumbass! You seriously came here to die? Or is that an act or something?
Hey, you have no right to call me a brown-haired dumbass. What the fuck is your hair color, huh? Want to be a redhead or a failure of a brown head? I can't even tell. Twitched. As if.
Hey, Hag! Guy's weird as hell!
My name isn't Hag.
I know I have nothing to do with this, but you should keep your joking around to a minimum.
Sorry, I just felt like we'd be living together for a long while, so I have to be as friendly as possible. Yoshisugu-kun, was it? Want to make a bet?
Huh? Wanna bet? You coward!
I looked into a large bag and took something out. Specifically, a new pocket knife. Use this to cut off my pinky. Everyone instantly fell silent. I ignored them and continued. Come on, I'll put my hand down and I'll put the knife right here.
The hell did you say?
I'm saying I'll let you shorten my finger as a sign of our friendship.
I'm saying that's insane! Hell, that's something you do yourself! You're making me do this because you can't do it yourself, huh? You really are a coward, huh?
I can do it myself, but this is a bet and a test of courage. If you're gonna call me a coward, you gotta show me you're not one yourself, right? Swing the knife down and you win. And if I don't back out, I win. That means that if you cut off my finger, we both win. Then we'd be friends with no hassle involved. What do you think, Yoshisugu-kun? I smiled and pointed that knife at the table with my finger.
The hell are you talking about? Are you nuts?
That's pretty much all you're saying now, but yeah, I really am nuts. Or what, you prefer normal people? You, who looks like that and gives no respect to his mother? I prefer weird people, you see. Show me how insane you can get. Man, this was too much fun. Yoshisugu-kun looked right about ready to shit his pants. But it was time to back off. Gotcha! What a shame, huh, Yoshisugu-kun? I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do something that hurt that much. Well, even if we can't get along now, we'll be friends eventually.
You actually think that helps?
Jokes aside, he was actually pretty sharp. He and his brother were nothing alike, but it wouldn't have been surprising if he had a talent for seeing people through. He had Higochi blood in his veins, after all. Perhaps it was genetic. He left without saying another word. Hiyori-san didn't even tell him to go to school. I'm sorry. That was weird, wasn't it? Oh no. I'm sorry, that was weird, wasn't it? No, my stupid son had it coming. That shocked me a bit, though. You have nerve, don't you? No, I don't. I'm the one who called it off, so I lost. He probably would have done it if I'd kept pushing him. After all, he was the type who would pick a fight with something inhuman and die. He probably didn't want to draw blood in front of his mother. I think he's a good kid at heart. My words almost made Hiyori-san smile, but... Oh, but I do feel embarrassed. He grew too big for me to handle, and now all I can do is scold him. She decided to keep the act of a strict mom. Puberty and rebellion sure seemed complicated.
Masashi-kun, come here for a sec.
I did just that.
Are you actually one of those kind of people? Did they send someone after you? Would it be over if they caught you?
Huh? No, I suggested the finger thing for no real reason. Trust me, I won't trouble the people here.
I hope so.
She was actually suspicious. I had to act out a better normal person. This wasn't the time to mess around. Anyway, I'm here to help with anything. Use me however you like. Oh, very well. This is decided by those up there anyway. But before that, I wonder where you'll be staying. Oh, I kind of expected them to be already decided on that. I'm going to introduce myself to everyone. Who should I ask about that? The one in charge of the land is Yamawaki-san.
The old lady from before. She lives in one of the houses we passed.
Oh yeah, when Takumi-san gave me the key to my dorm room, he told me he got it from the old lady. Was she like the landlord of Yasumusu? Maybe she's not too far, like visiting Umatsu-san or something? Oh, did something happen?
She fell and hit her head and...
I'll let that talk to Mamaya-san and open the door so I can see the plaza. By the time I realized that someone else is on the side, it was fully open. Seeing the person's face only made me say her name in surprise. Chimi Shirazawa. I couldn't save her. I couldn't fulfill my promise. But we'd meet again, thanks to the strange looping phenomenon. Whether there was something to feel thankful about was another matter. Nice to meet you. I kept my surge of emotions under control and gave an amicable smile. But... just as she made that simple sound, A lone tear ran down her cheek. Oh, do I have something in my eye? Her voice was calm, but the first tear made way for many more, and they were soon streaming from both eyes. What? Kuyor-san, do you have a towel? Her reaction didn't seem to be anything more than confusion as her body going out of control. Oh my, what's wrong? Here you go. I don't know. Do you have tear gas here or something? Perhaps the shishininere I'm making for the journalist is rotten. Hey, I didn't mean that. What is it then? Menopause? Come now, you're too young for that. Sorry for acting weird. She wiped her tears. Her eyes didn't look good, but her voice was cheerful and carefree, just like in my memory. You're the person who suddenly ended up living here, right, mister? That was already used on strangers. Why had she cried? Yeah. Am I that scary? No. You look perfectly fine. It's just, well, a mysterious event. My name is Chimi Suzara. I'm a student back home for the time being. I know I made a poor first impression, but I hope we can get along. She bowed to me. She really didn't know who I was. Yeah, I'm surprised that nobody will know who I am, but since Shimi liked us so much, maybe she has like a deep core memory, but just can't activate it. Due to the looping phenomenon, dying had sent me back to the point when I was wandering around on my bike. It was something that actually happened, and I had to accept it, but it was also completely unreasonable. I didn't have any good way to reasonably explain it. Was the looping centered around me? Was I really the only one who had memories of the last time? It wouldn't be strange for there to be someone else. My memories were fragmented right now, and I often remember things only when it counted. It could be that the others had forgotten almost everything, but still had certain fragments of their memories and feelings. I'd stopped thinking about this. I couldn't have asked her to console me about the tragic end that hadn't even happened yet. I'd have been barking up the wrong tree. If everything worked out, I hoped I could get close to her again. Love that depended on death, despair, and the suspension bridge effect was better off staying in the realm of fiction, where it belonged. We exchanged a few words, but I didn't have much time. I had to focus on getting a place to stay. Anyway, just like I said, I first went to Matsu-san's house. Obviously, it didn't seem like there was many people outside. I hesitated for a moment, but ended up knocking. Who is it? That was Meiko's voice. Could she even understand me? I'm Fasashi from before. Fasashi from before, son? No, I'm Haruoki Fasashi. Is the old lady here? No. Oh, so I was off the mark. Alright, see you then. Yeah. What? Oni-chan? Fusaki-san? Fusayuki-san? Wrong. Please, wait a moment. Oh, Mutsu-san. Show me to wait, so I did. Soon enough, the door opened. I apologize for the wait. How may I help you? I'm looking for Yamawaki-san. From how she acted, I thought she'd come to visit you. I haven't seen her yet. Looks like it. I'll be going then. Oh, what did you need for her? Dropping my controller. Don't do it. Well, I'm going to live here now, so I don't have a place. You will live here? Yes, and I need to talk about that. What does she mean by this? But you cannot be without a place to stay. Yeah. Prepare for the feast when the evening mists arrive. That made me flinch. Did it show on my face? The people of Fujiyoshi believe that the mist is an ill omen. If it comes, we must clean our bodies, shut ourselves in, and go to sleep early. Cleanse, shelter, dream. That's an interesting tradition. That's what I would have thought if I didn't know about the tragedy. This might be presumptuous, but I do know of one empty house. Huh? She told Meiko to entertain herself and took a key from her house. Instead of telling me more about it, she insisted on going outside despite polite protests. I had no choice but to follow her. We passed the plaza and went down the hill. She tripped 2 times. It hurts. Looks like it. I fall and hurt my head on the regular, so I'm used to the pain. You really shouldn't walk around grass like this in that attire. This is Nimatsu duty. It is? The spider are bedroom woman servants. That was a new term. Bedroom woman servants. Women who serve you in the bedroom. That sure sounded sexy. And the spider was one of the guardians of the great Lord Shinai. That reminded me. Shimiya told me that the Uematsu were the family of the spider. When the power of Yomi rises from Saranaga, it is said to bring madness first and foremost. That was why the Uematsu of old had the role of protecting the dreams of the villagers. You're like night watchmen or something. Wouldn't it have been weird for a police-like force to still retain power in this day and age? But you fall all the time at night, so you would walk around during the day instead, huh? Was she alright? By the way, do all the heads of the village have roles like that? Yes, I'm surprised you noticed. I came here through Kami Fujiyoshi and Higuchi-san. Well, he looked pretty powerful. The Higuchi family are the monkey, protectors of the watering hole's flame. There was that term again, watering hole. They used fire when it wasn't allowed, huh? Yes, we were told they just claimed to run a watering hole, while in actuality we're teaching people to use fire. And they use this to gain influence as a sort of source of everyone's food. What about Nasato-san's family? They're one of the head families too, aren't they? The Nasato are the crow, the Eve eaters. I have no idea what that means. They inspect of a corpse belonging to a Yomobito or not. They performed autopsies. It didn't seem very important. They were actually the healers. They were the only ones who could use aconite, also known as wolfsbane.
Nasato is the family that made medicine.
Wolfsbane? The plant? That's acid in the food! Oh yeah, that was true. An autopsy was a medical procedure, and if they could use poisonous plants on top of it, they could have easily garnered lots of respect. I see. What was that last one? The Migurama. Right, I hadn't met a single person linked to that one. The snake are the tower lookouts. The Uematsu aren't the lookout family. That doesn't give me enough. Tower, as in watchtower. So they're in charge of the military here. No, they used to build watchtowers and watch the stars. They made calendars, read the weather, and led the local farms. The role made them respected, and they eventually became Shinai Sama's priests. I see. What was that journalist saying about the, that one kanji sound like, monkey, but it's like the year of the calendar and stuff? What was that word she was talking about? I wonder if that's related to this. We had our TV weather ladies now, but back in the day, astronomy and meteorology were linked to divination, leading many to consider them special powers that led them to predict the future and bring good things in general. Farming was the building block of civilization. Having it was a matter of life and death, so it was only natural for those who offered guidance in that field to become leaders. Thank you for telling me. This place has a rich history, huh? I think I could grow attached to it. I see. This is the first time I have heard such words spoken. Really? It's pretty interesting, though. I never explained this to someone born outside of Fujiyoshi. Alright, she refused to go into details last time. Infiltrating the village really was a good idea, huh? Oh look, we have gone all the way. Here it is. Yeah, we really did go all the way, huh? Sure takes a lot out of you. No, we didn't do anything strange. Her speech was still odd, and what the hell is up with her imagination? She could send my verbal curveballs to another dimension. Anyway, there was a wooden house. It was much like the ones near the plaza, except a bit more aged. It looked relatively stable, though. Most of Fujiyoshi is actually the private property of the Higuchi, the Nosata, and the Matsu. Fujiyoshi used to be owned by the Migurama alone, but now that's sent to all the current heads serving the Migurama. That was new to me. So you're saying this place belongs to you, Rikako-san? What? Oh, sorry for being so forward with you. No, I do not mind, but yes, this land is mine. A person lived here until recently. So he passed away or something. Yes, it was a peaceful death. I sound like a real blessing here in Yasumitsu. Does that bother you? It is clean inside. I'd have been lying if I said I wasn't bothered, but I chose to take a look. She had been kidding. The inside was shabby and the wood was aged, but the floor was clean and I couldn't see much dust. The tatami was new too, but that meant it had to be changed. But at least there wasn't some human-shaped mark on the floor. There was no furniture, but I could easily get a futon or something. What about the bath? I do not think this place receives gas. That's bad. What can I do if the mist comes? You wish to be able to cleanse. You merely have to fill that pail with well water and wipe yourself with it. That's enough? Yes. I hear it is rare to bathe in warm water in Fujiyoshi. Oh yeah, because only the watering hole could use fire. Yes. That made sense. Anyway, I was now ready. Are you sure I can use this house? Yes. That would make all the daily cleaning worth it. Huh? You clean this place yourself? Yes, because taking in the corruption is one of the Umatsu's roles. Also, keeping myself occupied served as a good distraction. Did something bad happen? She fell silent. Sorry, that was sensitive of me. No, it was not that something happened. I was afraid of what could happen. She looked at the mountain beyond the valley. No, it was the valley itself, and Saranaga Rapids at the bottom. Back to the heads. Did the Miguruma still predict the weather and stuff? Part of me thought I might be prying too deeply. During spring and autumn festivals, they ask for abundant harvest, dance for them, and chant ritual prayers. I heard this was supposed to be based on what they did in the past. Thankfully, we've had no major droughts or famine. Oh, so in a way they have a perfect track record. Yamawaki-sama knows this well. You might wish to ask her. She would be pleased to talk. That seemed true. Oh, sorry for taking so much of your time, Umatsu-san. Thank you so much. I'll make it up to you. I also merely wanted to thank you for your help during my embarrassing accident. Was she basically blaming me here? Lots of things happened already, but I hope we keep getting along well. If you think I can't help, don't be afraid to ask. Fusashi-sama. Oh, and sama doesn't suit me. You can be more casual. You don't have to use such a polite speech. Crap. Fusashi, I can't. Fusashi-sama, I would like to ask of you the same. Please call me however you like. I was actually raising some flags here. Was the game this easy these days? Did she seriously fall in love or a bit of help over her head injury? Was this a soap opera or something? Well, no, that was complaining. Then Rikako-san. No, that was something else. She was especially vulnerable to men. As a family head, she was probably either revered from a distance or considered an enemy. Takumi did the latter. She'd probably never talk to someone who didn't care about those things. That actually made me feel kind of bad for her. Okay then, let's call each other Umatsu-san and Fusashi-san. Let's become good friends. Friends. Yes. I'd love that. In a part of the village with no one but us, we exchanged a deep bow. Umatsu-san then returned, and I checked the house for any holes. It seemed fine on that front. No monster could get inside. Anyway, I had my place. Now I had to get one for Amaya-san and Hashimoto-san. Alright. Let's go ahead and take a break, folks. Also get a chance for me to rest the voice. La 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 la. Alright, this is very interesting. I will give it that. Definitely huge different take. But it is engaging though, I'll admit. This game is kind of engaging. Alright, well. Enjoy you guys' break, everybody. I believe we'll go for 20 minutes. That sounds good. I think that feels right. I'm gonna see if I can push for like a 5-hour stream today. Maybe 6, but pushing for 5. Alright, and after the 20-minute break, we'll continue on with Raging Loop, obviously. But if you guys need to tune out during that time, feel free to do so. No worries on my part. For the meantime, enjoy music and ads, and I hope to see you all momentarily. Alrighty. Ads should be done for now. We should have an hour break of ads. Hopefully, hopefully we do. Ads aren't weird on Twitch. It tells me I'm supposed to have an hour-long break of ads, but who knows? Twitch will do its own fucking things. They always do, don't they? Alright, anywho, let us go ahead and continue on with some Raging Loop. More loops! So many loops! Loop-de-loop-de-loop. I tried to think of a way to encourage them to leave before the mist came, but all the things I could think of seemed unnatural. I'm back. I went to help move an engine. Oh, wow. That's a bit taxing, isn't it? That meant my only option was the opposite. Convincing them there was no way to leave, so they'd have to stay. Honestly, I did consider just letting them die. Oh, fuck the journalists, we don't need them! As long as I survived, I didn't really care if they did. But that didn't sit right with me. I wasn't a good guy, but not doing whatever I could right now seemed careless. My ultimate goal was to escape the loops, but at the moment all I could really do was prevent the tragedy before me. I'd think of something else if it just didn't work out, but for now, I had no reason to abandon my humanity. That was why I returned to the plaza. It was still really empty, and the two journalists were probably working. Okay. This was my chance. I approached the left back wheel on Hashimoto-shi's van. Reaching to my bag, I pulled out the hammer and nails I bought. I placed the tip of the nail against the tire and hammered it in. You could hear the sound of the air leaving. That'd be good enough. I then did the same on the other rear end. Or rear tire. As well as one of the front ones. There. After that, I added a random array of extra nails around those to make it look like a trap or something had been run over in the grass. They couldn't leave now. I already knew they didn't have anything that could fix the tires, and they couldn't get in touch with any road service until after the mist passed. If someone from Fujiyoshi came to pick them up and left without the car, that would have been fine too. Not that I expected anyone to come. Now I just had to convince them that they had to stay here. There's really a hazard plan. It seemed like the locals trapped them on purpose. I'd have to think of something to say about that. In a way, I did what I could for them. Now I just had to wait and... Bosashi-sama. Whoa, 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 whoa. My heart almost burst out of my chest. Oh, what's the matter, Rikako-san? That name again. I'm sorry, what's wrong, Umatsu-san? I am hungry, so I came to eat. That, huh? Well, I was pretty hungry myself, too. Wait, there's something more important to worry about. Had she seen me? This is a large car. It is. How was she up with this pressure? Was it some Kami Fujiyoshi had superpower? Was she waiting for me to confess or something? I had no choice but to think up a new lie. But looking at her red eyes made me feel like she'd seen through any bullshit I spun. Crap. Maybe I should just come clean and... I am hungry. Was she actually not thinking anything? What do you think I was doing here? Huh? Searching for wood lice? Did she think I was as old as Mako? No, look here, it's flat. Oh dear. See? It's got this inside. So long and thick. Look how deep this is. Oh dear. How forceful. Eee! The brown-haired man singing Numatsu-san in broad daylight! We're shaking again, we're shaking again! Oh, it's okay, folks, we'll be okay! We're gonna be okay! We swear we're gonna be okay! Oh, fucking Christ, we're gonna be okay! Alright, it's all good. Wait, I'm in Cali, that's normal. Oh, man. Scandalized old lady jump scare! Man, what the hell was with her appearances this time around? Okay, yeah, I can't lie. This conversation was pretty messed up. Oh, God, it's shaking him. I love it. I love how it shakes everybody. That's an outrageous misunderstanding. I'll go call for the journalist.
What? You gotta be kidding me.
Hisako-sama was completely perplexed. Now this is troubling. I still couldn't read his expression, but I could totally sympathize with someone being basically stranded in a place like this. How unfortunate. They weren't suspicious of me, so I just acted like an innocent, sympathetic bystander.
Oh, the heartache. We were supposed to head back tonight. What are we going to do?
Do you have any plans?
I'm fine, but what about you?
My daughter's birthday is close. Ooh, that's sad.
Oh, Nami-chan.
Ow, the heartache! I had no idea he had a daughter, or was married for that matter. The fact that it came as a surprise just made my pain worse. I shouldn't feel guilty about this. If I just ignored them, they'd have been torn apart by a monster. Oh my, what do we do? Yasumitsu has no cars in the first place. Nosata-sama might have something useful. Those words made me twitch. These tires are special, so that would be difficult. We do have a single spare, but...
Let's contact road service. Oribi-san, may we use the phone?
Yes, of course, right this way. They all returned to the dining hall. I have a bad feeling about this. I was left alone with a peculiar duo, but then we were joined by a muscly silhouette who'd come from the fields.
What are you doing, Oba-chan? Umatsu-san, and who are you?
This is Haraki Fusashi-sama. She went over to introduce me, though she still couldn't leave off the sama. I'm moving here. I hope we can get along.
Oh, you're the guy, huh? I'm Takumi Muro. A pleasure. You don't look like you're from Kamifushi Yoshi. An outsider then. That's rare. Sorry you ended up here.
You really had to do something about that habit of showing sympathy for anyone who came here. Yes, I came here for the city. I'm sorry I'm so suspicious of Flashy. I'll re-dye my hair.
Alright.
That'd be good.
Well, she hates that sort of thing. I don't really care, though. I care more about something else.
As in?
If you're useful in the field, unlike Kamifushi Yoshi, Kasimizu doesn't abandon its people. But we don't have room for those who can't earn their keep.
While mentioning Kamifushi Yoshi, he glanced at Umatsu-san.
Well, you look like you have the build for it. You can start by mowing the grass around the upper fields.
But I was told to work at the dining hall.
What? You're working with Kiori-san.
Oh crap, I messed up.
Takumi, you're a fine man. Just tell her how you feel.
What do you mean? I'm not thinking anything that outrageous. But she supports 2 grown sons and feeds everyone with her frail arms. I'm gonna kill any guy that tries to take advantage of her.
That was plenty outrageous.
Hey, what did you do to get her to take you? Spill it.
It took a lot of effort to keep myself from lying and fueling the fire. Oh, Higuchi-san from Kamifushi Yoshi, right? He sent me to work with her. Takumi became apathetic.
Oh, I guess that's fine then.
I'll try to become able to work outside too.
That's great and all, but for now just watch. If we made you do too much, I might get on your cases about it.
Huh? They care about what kind of work people do here?
They don't. They just want to be sure we listen to them. So what are you all up to? Where's Kiori-san?
The journalist's car broke, so she went to make a call.
Huh. That's pretty bad. Can they leave?
It's best to assume they won't have it fixed today.
Awful.
This is getting nowhere. Do you have any open rooms? That house was the only one I could give.
Umatsu-sama, you gave Jin-san's house to him?
Yes, houses die if people do not live in them.
Take care of that house, will ya? A good person used to live there.
Of course. Don't you dare use it as a place where you take advantage of Umatsu-sama. That cannot happen to her, understand?
What? You two are like that?
It's a complete misunderstanding, but it seems to keep being taken as a fact. I'd appreciate it if it wasn't. We went off a tangent. What did we do? I'd have liked it if I, the newbie, didn't have to be the one making this conversation progress.
I really don't think it's a good if I stay in Yasumisu. Neither sided like it.
Ba-chan, you got any free houses? Oh no.
Ba-chan, you got any free houses?
The one I gave Mako-chan was the last one. The rest had holes or it didn't have walls. Can't even shelter in those. Liar. There was the room in the dorm. Oh.
You sure slept for long. Go help out the old man.
Oh, sorry. I got in the habit of sleeping in while I was away. By the way, Teiba-chan, there's one free room in the dorm. Chi-chan, you know the place was built by Yoshimitsu-san. He worked hard negotiating with the 4 families to get it built. He said he wanted at least the children here to live in nice places closer to Kamifujiyoshi. That's why he had the concrete stairs built on the hill and... she started talking about this past again.
Well, Fusashi, you see what kind of place Yasumisu is?
I already knew.
Anyway, I hope they can fix the car.
This was bad. So, it's actually taken a long time to kind of build up to the, like, the night activities and stuff in this one. It's kind of interesting. Like a very slow build up. I wouldn't say it's necessarily bad, but it's just like one of those, alright, when are the spooks gonna happen? What's gonna happen? I want to get going now. I want to get going, man.
I'm getting impatient!
Just as expected, the road service would take a long time to get there. They'd be here sometime in the middle of the night if they tried to come right away. The mountain road was even more dangerous at night, so they agreed on the service coming in early morning, which led us back to the talks about where they'd stay. Though by the time that discussion was over, Yamawaki-san, who was done talking, had left. She really gave us outsiders the colder shoulder, huh? Takumi-san tried suggesting they stay in their van, and I was surprised to hear they were receptive to the idea. Them being a man and woman was one thing, but I was more concerned that van was had enough space for someone that huge and another person to lie down. Still, it looked like they were about to agree to just leave it at that, but that was no good. They wouldn't survive the night like that. So far, the only people I had met were the students who were in school, Kanzo Makashima-san, who had an outing, who was out hunting since morning, and the old man who cried wolf. Since I met just about everyone, I just take my leave. It wouldn't have been natural if I tried to talk them out of that. I had to get places for them, but the only option was one I didn't have much of faith in. Anyway, doorbell. Oh, you're the new one? What do you want? There's a problem that I think only a village head can solve. But I don't mind the sentiments. You can knock off the awkward flattery. Why not act like more of yourself? Was my politeness that insincere? Sorry. Now, about what I came here for. Is it true that the mists are coming soon? The effect my words had on Kyonosukishi was oppressive. He tried to act calm, but his wandering eyes made it clear he wasn't. What? I told you about that. Who mentioned that superstition to you right when you just got here? Umatsu-san. He fell silent. The guy was ready to eat, was easy to read. Someone else told me about the mists themselves, though. The one who sent me here was Shoji Higuchi-san. Oh, so Shoji. He's 1 year younger than me. What did he say? I might have misheard it, but he said that there might be mists soon. There's no truth to my words, but they would become true when the mist came. But Matsu-san said there's something that must be done if the mists come. There are people who are stuck here because their fan has flat tires. I'm wondering what they should do. Oh, that's news to me. How troublesome. It is. What do you think? It is similar mists here in Yasumisu happen only every decade or two. But it would be possible for them to appear now. I don't think I saw signs of it happening anytime soon. I see. By the way, what's so dangerous about it? Everyone seems so tense. When the mists come to Yasumisu, someone always dies. Is that okay thing to say? Oh, don't misunderstand. The mists you get here are far more dense than any you know. I hate to make you as good as blind. I knew that, but yeah, couldn't have imagined mists that dense unless I saw them for myself. Oh, your voices are amazing, Tara? Oh, thank you. I try. I tried, okay? I'm trying really, really hard, okay? That's what the people here were taught to stay indoors whenever that happened. Yet the fools who still go out and fall for the deaths or something. I see. Did you see the destroyed construction site not far from here? There was a project run by family, but it ended when they missed into one-side deaths. Seriously, they could have put out sooner, but the overseer was too strict. I felt stupid forever considered crazy theories about someone's Soranaga illness. That mist was dangerous in and of itself, and that made for a good official reason to stay indoors when it came. He seemed to believe the official reason and thought it wouldn't kill him. If he actually knew about the true dangers lurking in the mist, he'd do everything he could to leave Yasumitsu. He was from a head family, but he did seem to know all the secrets. She, on the other hand, must have known something. I'd love to find out more, but... Hold on, he just told me something weird. The mist led to on-site deaths. Did you see the aftermath of the landslide uphill? It's been like that ever since the Nasada got to work in the place 8 years ago and it collapsed. They were too freaked out to even clean it up. I ended up digging out the workers' corpses and burying them. I was told that Takumi-san buried the bodies. But if it happened in the mist during a feast of Yomi Purge, didn't that mean he should have been present during the feast? It's time for you to go sleep. Alright, Marinheka. Do appreciate you tuning in. Have a good night. And of course, hope to catch you next time. From what I could tell last time, the mist scared the people here and drove them to panic. Kanzo Makashima, she hadn't reacted like that, while the old wolf guy had said that wolves were coming. It was likely they'd experienced the feast before. But I didn't know what happened to the other people, or what I'd even do with that information. One thing I could say was that the survivors either killed or silently approved of the killing people. Chimi could be one of them, and so could the students. Even if I couldn't connect all the dots, it was entirely possible. I had to keep myself together. I had so many things to think about later, but for now, I had a good goal to complete. You need the people at the main house? Say, Nasato-san. You said the construction site is yours, right? Right, what of it? Is that prefab unusable? For what? I just thought it'd be a better place for the troubled outsiders to stay at. After thinking for a moment, Kinosuke returned inside. I'd expected him to say something like, why would I? A village head still in my hands with Yasumitsu's problems, or something, so that came as a surprise. Kinosuke came back shortly. This should be it. The previous head of the family brought it here after the incident, and just as I expected, it was the key in the box. Thank you very much. Wait, I didn't say I'd give it to you. In fact, why would a village head still in my hands with Yasumitsu's problems? And there it was. You have a point. I'm sorry. I'm joking. I didn't say I wouldn't give it to you either. Wow, what a pain in the ass this guy is. I think Muro Surizawa, you seem to know how to behave around the heads. Yasumitsu inhabitants or not, I value such people. We village heads are responsible for maintaining order in Fujiyashi. Thank you very much. Oh, so he believed in the concept of nobleness, oblige. Shame he didn't have the ability for it. First I had to check if the place was even usable. The equipment and materials were all gone. The only thing of note here was the sink in the wall. The flooring, it was cold and a bit sandy. But with a bit of cleaning and futon, it could be a decent living space. There's no running water, but if we place a water bucket here, whoever was living here could easily wash themselves. Oh, I can't. Aw, bummer. I now had one empty living space. Getting the dorm room, was even harder. I didn't even think I could force it at this stage. However, it was still a better option than just wandering around looking for alternatives that may not even exist. This would be a real waste of time if I didn't end up saving them. I wasn't about to stop trying, though. It was still just a bit of afternoon. Honestly, I was a bit hungry. But there was a strange powerful reek coming from the dining hall. I had no idea what could have caused this. Was it a toilet? No, it was more along the lines of rot. Animal rot at that. Did someone already die? My memories made me forget the situation was still peaceful and I dashed. Suddenly a dense wall rose up before me. What? I was pushed away. Ah! I spaced out for a moment, then I realized I bumped into the local hunter, Konzo Makashima Shi. You're the one, eh? This was the first time I'd seen him hold his gun in his hands, but I was even more troubled by his face. I was pretty sure I'd seen old lady Tay wear something similar the first time. All that happened later made me forget about it, but man was it weird. Sorry, there was a weird smell, so I was wondering if everything's okay. It's a Shinari. Huh? That's Shinari boiling. They're feeding the journalist. Oh yeah, Hisako-san was here to eat something strange. Careful, boy. Alright. May I have your name? Magashima. And he left. The bundle he had in his left hand told me he'd only been here to get his lunch. He was as tough as I remembered. That just made it hard to believe how old he was. What a hunk of a man. Oh my. Fusashi, are you getting a little hot and bothered by him? Oh my. The thought made me seem like some love-struck teen girl. Anyway, that cleared things up. The smell was caused by cooking. I gathered myself and went inside. Oh, where were you? I had things for you to do. Kori-san glared at me a bit. Crap, I have to make up for the points I lost. I'm sorry, I had business with Nasato-san. Business with him? Did Higuchi tell you to give him a message? No, Mamaya-san, Hashimoto-san. Can I have a moment? Besides the one in charge here and that sleepyhead, you also had the journalists who were busy taking photos and jotting down notes. I was impressed by their professionalism, being able to get back to work right after the problem was solved, although it actually wasn't. Sorry to bother you while you're working. Nasato-san said that it's not good to spend a night in the van and gave me the key to the prefab. Oh? What? That blockhead— I mean, Nasato-san said that? It was nice to find out she actually usually called him. Apparently there's one more room, too, so why don't you ask if they can open that so you can spend the night under a roof?
I appreciate the sentiment, but I don't want to force anyone to give me a room.
Of course you didn't. That was a normal thing to think. Kiori-san, we really should open the dorm. Listening to Nasato-san would bring shame to Yasumitsu. I won't say anything about that, but... Yes, even if there aren't any bad people here, I don't feel good about letting a young lady sleep in a car. Kiori-san, can we have lunch? The most important person around joined the scene. What? Misato-san gave me a key. It's for the prefab, but still, now one of them can rest with a roof over their heads. Oh, that's... I wasn't explicit about it, but she instantly understood what I was getting at. But that place is... I don't mind having a new neighbor. By the way, what kind of place is the dorm anyway? That's a place for children who will soon leave Yasumitsu. To live in Yasumitsu means to be a part of Yasumitsu for the rest of your life, but that doesn't apply to the children. That makes it the only special place here, and the people of Kami Fujiyoshi silently agree. Oh. So this was just another way Kami Fujiyoshi exerted power over Yasumitsu. I could understand why they didn't want to mess with it. I knew from experience that it wasn't an insurmountable obstacle. They'd open up for an emergency, but tomorrow would be too late. And I didn't really have a good way to convince them that this was indeed an emergency.
It's fine. I'm used to sleeping in a car. You can use the prefab, Hashimoto-san. That car is more than enough for just me, not to mention you're the one doing all the driving.
Shouldn't it be the other way around? We're talking about the prefab uphill, aren't we? I'm not sure I want to let a woman sleep there. As we pondered... Excuse me? Hashimoto-san actually spoke up and walked up to Tei-san. Can I help you? If you have a proper room, can you please open it up for her? She is a tough lady who can handle work in this field, but she's still unmarried. As her partner, I don't want her to do anything she shouldn't have to do. I will thank you in whatever way I can, so please. He bowed. His large body bent in two, but Tei-san still had to look up at him. I understand, but... Whoa, Tei-san was on the verge of giving in. Hey, Fusashi! So you came back, huh? Where were you at when Kiori-san was making food? You got some nerve leaving when she needed your help. Oh, Takumi Nichan! Perfect timing! Huh? What? Perfect timing indeed. He was the best person to convince Tei-san. And in the end, she agreed. The word unmarried meant a lot to her, apparently. She seemed to become more considerate of Mamaya-san after that. One of the reasons for this victory was the pressure emitted by Hashimoto-san's massive presence, and the other was the fact he presented a reason that resonated with her. And then Takumi-san joined the scene and gave her the final push. This wasn't exclusive to Yasumitsu, but finding a compromise in a community without common interests was really difficult. It was especially hard when you couldn't give proper reasons for your words. They'd started to suspect I was a slacker, but I said that I was called by Nasato-san, and though it surprised them, they believed me. As a result, I had to make up a story about how he was shy, but actually considerate of everyone, which is why he called me. After all, I couldn't let them think I'd decided this by myself. After we got the key from Tae-san, the two journalists and I left the dining hall to prepare for our living spaces. The dorm room was clean to begin with. There was gas, water, and futon, exactly like I remembered it. The house I'd been staying at was clean too. All I had to do was get a futon for the dining hall and fill the pail with water. The prefab, though, took a while to clean. Takumi-san brought the cleaners pieces of tatami from the abandoned shacks here, which made it a relatively livable space.
Well, if we're staying here, we might as well experience the local daily life. Shame I won't be able to make an article out of it.
They seemed to be satisfied with that reason.
I hope we can work in a safer place next time.
Sorry, most of my gigs are like this, aren't they?
Oh, but this is better for me. I have insurance and it's far safer than a war zone.
You'd been in such places? He did more legwork than his looks would have you believe.
But you are a woman, Kyo-chan.
I keep telling you not to mention that. There are no genders while we're working.
Sadly, dangerous places are riskier for women than men.
Well, you know, I can't get any better jobs for a man.
It's rough, huh?
Their relationship was just that of good business partners. Mamaya-san was a passionate journalist, while Hashimoto-san was a senior who was worried about her and helped her out. There was a decent balance here. That's unexpected. You're good looking, so I figured you'd be more popular.
Flattery won't get you anywhere.
Oh, believe me, if I was less pathetic, I'd have gone for you without hesitation.
What an honor. How old are you, by the way?
24.
And I'm about to enter my 30s. I'd feel really bad.
Oh, come on. Unmarried 30-year-olds weren't rare in this day and age. Though I prefer women who are a bit more bothersome.
What's this tub?
Oh, it's to clean your body.
But we'll only be here for a day.
I was told it's a custom here.
Can you tell us more?
Alright, there's a good chance to share this info with them. Presenting it as info I heard from Umatsu-san and Kiyono Tsukishi, I told them about what had been done when the mist came. I couldn't sound too knowledgeable, though, since I was a newbie here, but I was able to imply that there was a supernatural danger involved. Mamaya-san was extremely intrigued and quickly asked for extra info, like the stuff about the four head families. I did my best to mention only what I found out this time around, but I couldn't help worrying that I would say too much.
Interesting. That's so Shinto-like, though. I wonder how it was passed on.
Yeah.
Strange, Tori. Families of the guardians to their names. Accustomed to cleanse only when the mist comes. They don't seem too hospital to guess, though. What a mystery. How does such a unique custom survive in such a remote farming village? Was it more peculiar back in the day?
It really does look like this you're calling, Kyo-chan.
Oh, apologies. Anyway, we have places to sleep in. I know what to do if the mist comes. Let's go back to work.
You're satisfied with the dorm, right? Then I'll use this place.
Ah, if you want, you can use the cabin downhill. This prefab is pretty cramped.
Don't worry, I can sleep anywhere. And you're going to live here, aren't you? You should get used to your new home as quickly as possible.
He had a point. Also, I'd borrowed the place from Matsu-san. Ooh, excuse me. I didn't have the right to... Oh, I didn't have the right let anyone use it. Whoops. Typo. Uh-oh. Alright, sorry about that.
Don't be. We should be thanking you. You did a lot for us, didn't you?
Huh?
That Nasato person didn't seem like a considerate type, so I can only guess that you got him to help.
How are you giving me too much credit? This girl tends to push herself too hard. Thank you for caring for her where I couldn't.
Hey, you're only a dozen years older than me. Don't act like my dad.
There's something about him that bothered me. Anyway, with that done, I figured I spent my remaining time trying to rub elbows with the rest of Yasumitsu. Though I already had a job here, I had to make up for not helping out at the dining hall before noon. But... You can't work on an empty stomach. Kira-san gave me a bowl. For some reason, her smile seemed a bit warped. It probably wasn't on purpose, though. It was just the effect of the smell. No, the miasma. Coming from the food she gave me. It was just that powerful. Are you upset about something? Huh? No, why would you think that? I couldn't feel any anger in her voice or expression, but being new here, I couldn't understand the mentality of someone trying to present something like this as food. As I twitched in fear that this was punishment for slacking off, Kiyori-san suddenly gave me a full smile. Oh, it's a smell, isn't it? This is shishinari. It's like this because of the traditional technique to keep game meat fresh. I see. So this was the infamous dish made of fermented game meat. The nari part of the name had to refer to long fermentation, just like in nari sushi for fermented sushi. I had no clue how they gave it such a strong smell, though. Did they reuse the same marinade for decades? Like the salt they used for sun-dried mackerel? They used to eat it raw before, but they eventually found it's dangerous, and now we boil it or use it in stews for the soups. It used to be a celebrated dish here. This is what's left from what I made for the journalist. Please consider it my way of welcoming you. Okay, I had to steal myself. I actually had a soft spot for strange delicacies. I tried sun-dried mackerel on any other weird foods I could get my hands on. No way I could refuse this. I mean, I've been eating Yasumitsu's food since I was a little girl. Would eating this turn me into a zombie or something? No. I would prove that idea wrong. Thank you. I picked up the bowl and the chopsticks. Brown rice covered in a ton of crumbled bits of meat. The soup stock seemed as light as what they used in kami fuchiyoshi, but I didn't know what to think of the meat's color. What's up with this greasy, shiny green surface? The reek attacked my nose once again. Damn it, I couldn't back out now. Gathering myself, I quickly put some stock, rice, and meat into my mouth. What? Was it good? I really couldn't tell. I had absolutely no idea what I was eating here. The texture, the sensation on the tongue, everything was new to me. The taste was extremely acidic, salty, and rich in animal protein. But that weird smell smothered most of it, forced me to continuously convince myself that I was eating something good. I felt like my body would reject it all if I didn't. Holding the aversion at bay, I somehow swallowed it. The aftertaste was better than I expected, but as the reek faded, it made way for a strong beastly smell. Yeah, in a way, this taste was an exciting form of entertainment by itself. Oh my, you're such a good eater. I could get used to this. Yes, I understand what you mean. I didn't know what to think of it when I first came here, but now I sometimes even crave it. I wasn't lying. It really did seem like a taste I could get used to. It was hard to honestly call it good, but at least it did feel nutritious. As reciting a prayer, I repeatedly tried to convince myself of that as I emptied the bowl as I was given. Oof. Thank you for the meal. You're welcome. So I finally eaten something from Yasumitsu. Does that mean I was a true local now? Or a Yamabito? Whatever. As long as I go back to square one, I would explore all the options I had available. Rhythmic cutting sounds were reaching my ears. As Kira-san began preparing food in the kitchen, I did the work assigned to me. I had to repair the numerous cracked and broken dishes they had here. Apparently they couldn't afford anything... Ugh. Apparently they couldn't afford anything new, so they opted to take what was thrown out in Kami Fuchiyoshi and repair it with something usable. Was there no end to how pitiful things were here? The broken plates and cups were all warped in all newspaper, and all I had to do was unwrap them and put them back together. It was actually kind of fun, sort of like a jigsaw puzzle, but man, there was a lot of them. I'd have to do this for entire boxes full of broken tableware. I did wonder whether they actually needed so much, but apparently they just barely had enough, so they wanted to have some spares. I used some all-purpose glue from the 100 yen shop. They'd bought it from a nearby town. Kira-san laughed about it, saying, "We get far more value out of this town than a 100 yen bowl." I just cried. It was a strange mix of modern frugality and poverty of ancient times, and it exemplified just how weird Yasumitsu really was. As I worked, I realized that many of the plates and cups had a familiar symbol on them. What kind of mark is this? I asked Kuro-san at the counter. Oh, that's the crest of the watering hole family. The Hukuchi. I was about to mention the name, but then I realized that Kuro-san probably didn't have good memories of them. I'd heard that examining these crests helped understand the lineages and but I had no knowledge necessary for this. Do the other head families have crests too? Yes, like the Nasato one. It's cute. Cute? From what I recall, the Nasato family was a crow. Did it have a bird on it or something? Numatsu was a spider, Nasato was a crow, Higuchi was the monkey, and Niguruma was a snake. They worshipped a mountain and these guardians. It was significant not only for Fujiyoshi's culture, but the peace of the Yomi Purge as well. If memory served, Chimi had told me last time that whether you had a guardian or not was relayed by a mark of blood on your skin. Waking up to find blood on your body was something straight out of a horror movie. Didn't the wolves in Haru-chan say it was done through dreams? If that was true, I'd be at a loss. It'd be an actual supernatural phenomenon. Still, were wolves and humans informed differently? This is something I'd have to look into starting tomorrow. Where can I see the other crest? Ah! No. You can probably find the Nasato in the Nasato mansion, but the others... Oh, the accessory on Numatsu-san's chest is based on her crest. The thing, huh? I thought it was kind of weird looking. I'll try looking for them. I wouldn't want to disrespect them out of ignorance. You might be right. I'll tell you if I find something. Please do. I continued working as we talked. There's a small ancient TV here. Apparently you could get public broadcasting here, but not much else. There's probably enough for everyone to gather here and have dinner while watching something. I was told that all the dorm rooms had TVs too. That had to be another way they pampered the children who'd eventually leave this place. It strongly demonstrated how much of an exception the dorm was for Yasumitsu. My eldest lives in the dorm and always tells me what happened in yesterday's shows. We can only turn this on at night, you see. Normally giving TVs to the younger generations would be a sign of luxury, but it was the other way around here. The children went to school in Kami Fujiyoshi, but they never went anywhere beyond that, and just went straight home, and Kami Fujiyoshi was secluded to begin with. That was why they prioritized giving TVs to the children, to let them know what was happening outside the village and to help them learn modern Japanese culture. Apparently they also covered their electricity and gas bills. They had to be frugal, but they didn't mind supporting the children's access to TV. Chimi was the first Yasumitsu child to make it to college, and Yasunaga-kun was expected to follow her footsteps. Basically, they thought if they supported the young ones and helped them become prominent figures in society, the money they send back would make life easier for those who'd stayed here. I honestly hope Yasunaga is able to live freely, unhindered by his roots here. As you can see, my second son has some flaws, so I have to keep him close, but my eldest is, if you don't mind me bragging, simply excellent. My late husband was clever too, but had an intense nature, and it seems like those two qualities were split between my sons. I do feel guilty that I couldn't give birth to two clever boys. Birthing the second was so difficult that both of us almost died. Did he come out like that because I tried too hard at the time? Hiro-san was pretty talkative about this. I knew it was a stranger and she had to introduce Yasumitsu to me, but this was a bit too much if you ask me. That's probably a sign of just how hopeless she felt right now. Maybe Takumi-san should just propose to her and lighten the Robi's burden. Marrying a widow with sons in the middle of high school was difficult, and I could only assume that was his main issue. Feeling a bit conflicted, I glanced at the cheap alarm clock on the TV. It was 3 p.m. Any minute now. We're back, huh?
Don't know this guy.
There, the high schoolers were back. Welcome back. This is Fusashi's son. He suddenly moved here to Yasumitsu. Let's get along.
Now this is unexpected. I'm Yasunaga Orib.
Yuri-san's son, right? She told me about you.
What did you tell him exactly?
Get along with my good-for-nothing son.
Oh man, is this like Chikamoshi Kanimashita and that's Haru Makashima? Kami Mochi, give me your life!
Nope. Hey, Mochi, what's that? Is he one of those cool guys? He scares me.
Yasun probably has a better face and personality than him.
Can we win against him?
Sure we can.
I challenge you to a duel.
What? Wait, I'm your opponent here.
Alright, let's go. Which one of us can get the longest without pissing? Or which one of us can go the longest without pissing? Oh dear.
You, Cure, you know I'm trying my hardest to hold it in.
I'm a Metmelit too, actually.
The one who pisses his pants first is the winner.
Alright, wait, no, alright. Wait, no it isn't. Just go already. Oh dear. Both had to forfeit. That was a scene.
You two sure get along. The Bona Pissman!
Yeah, wait, no!
Again, this is Haru-chan.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, you have a unique fashion sense. Got a problem with it? I got it all at 100 yen shop in Kachihara at the end of last year. That was just sad. It was something I expected from an elementary schooler. No, it's good. Again, let's get along. Nichan, he's trying to flirt with me. I'm scared.
I really don't think he is.
Man, Haru-chan was distrustful of me even without the misunderstandings regarding Chimi and I. Perhaps there really were people you just couldn't get along with. How sad.
Oh, you fixed so many bowls and cups. You're supposed to do that? Sorry for troubling you with it.
It's fine. I had fun and there's still plenty left. Yasunaga, please leave him be and go review your lessons.
Alright, I'm going to the dorm then. Let's have our duel another time, Pissman.
I'm going now. The high schoolers left. Have you met everyone here in Yasumitsu by this point? I guess so. There's one exception though. Oh, I'm sorry, that was a bit of a rude response. 1, 2, 3. Journalists included, I'm at 14. Huh? 1, 2. Oh, but we don't include you. There should be 15. Suddenly, as if rehearsed, the final person appeared. Ah, perfect timing. This is the old man of Yasumitsu. No one knew his name, did they? Hello. Like always, it was hard to tell whether he was listening or not. I'll be living here from now on. Pleasure to meet you.
Coming.
There it was, his shtick. Huh? What? He beckoned me closer. I carefully brought my ear to his mouth. Shui back.
The wolf is coming?
Whoa, you surprised me. I evaded the potential damage to my eardrums. I had no idea what he was thinking, but he was grinning.
Hungry.
Please wait, I'll make you an onigiri. This might have actually been the first time I saw him properly communicate with someone. Once given the onigiri, he quickly munched it all up, leaving a bit mess and just staggered out. According to Kiori-san, he'd always been a part of the whole Yasumitsu package. He seemed to have something wrong with his head, intending to cause trouble here. Always a part, eh? Would it be wrong to assume he experienced something that made him go insane? At the very least, his catchphrase about what was coming gave me that impression. He'd experienced the feast once, and the fear made the boy who cried wolf become the old man who cried wolf. Perhaps he'd even seen that thing. I'd love to hear what he had to say, but that seemed difficult. Is that everyone? Seems so. I was glad to have heard so much from Kiori-san, but I would have liked to talk to the young ones more. Chimi too. Was it possible for me to forge a proper relationship with her starting tomorrow? Let's rest until 6 p.m. With you here, everything was taken care of so quickly. You're a great help. No, it was nothing. After helping with the dinner preparation, I was almost done for the day, so I was free to take a breather. It was almost 5 p.m. I hadn't been keeping track of time on the previous loop, but the mist had to appear soon. Needless to say, I was slightly tense. Not having anything better to do, I went outside. I looked up at the sky. The evening sun bathed everything in red hue. This was probably the last time I'd see the mountain in the distance. No, this time I would survive until the mist cleared. Then I would look at this with the one dear to me and leave this place for good. So I gathered my resolve.
8! The donut bologna rice snows on the mountain!
And suddenly I heard an off-key singing voice. It completely deflated the tension of the scene. Oh. I could see Mako running through the plaza. She clearly noticed me. Umatsu-san was right behind her.
Fusayuki-san?
That wasn't my name. I'm Haruaki.
Oh, Fusashi-san.
Oh. Fusashi-san. You worked hard, I presumed. I'm still shining with energy. How reliable. I'm going to look at the field downhill before dinner comes. Oh, just like last time, huh? I've been busy fixing my bike here, so I hadn't even noticed them go down. There's a field downhill? Yes, though it's more of a graveyard. Grave? Is there anything significant? Oh, excuse me. Oh, that aside, your clothes are a bit Buddhist, aren't they? Are you giving a memorial service or something? Yes, the Umatsu were also responsible for funeral rites. Our faith might have some roots in Buddhism as a result of that duty. So Mamaya-san was right. Bedroom woman servants, was it? Perhaps they protected not only dreams, but also eternal sleep, the peace of the dead. Though, as our blood becomes less pure, we became unable to fulfill these duties, so we left them to the Migurama. Despite that, after moving here to Yasumitsu, you hold services for the local graves, huh? That is my intention, yes. But this time... What? I've become a bit worried. She looked toward the direction of Soranaga again. Perhaps she could feel the coming of the mist with her skin. I heard that sensitive people could sense incoming weather changes by differences in pressure and humidity alone. Are you gonna be like that girl who grabs her boobs and says, "My boobs are telling me it's raining!" Even though it's like currently raining, obviously. If you know that reference, good on you. Will something happen? No. I think it's probably merely my imagination. Umatsu-san leaned on the pillar supporting the well's roof. Apparently she decided against going to the field. Realizing this, Mako started playing around. Kid sure a bundle of energy, huh? Indeed. Everyone was afraid of her because she came through Saranaga, but she turned out to be an energetic child. Truly a relief. I wonder what happened to her. Perhaps she was doing her hardest to run away from a forced suicide in the mountains. That seemed likely. Takumi-san had mentioned last time that lots of suicidal people gathered here. But why did you... I was about to ask why she was the one to take care of her, but then I remember something. She took in the corruption. That was one of the roles she was expected to fulfill. It felt wrong to me, but I didn't know that what I actually had a problem with. Miko's parents, the locals who treated her like filth, or perhaps the customs and superstitions that caused it.
9, one whole birthday count to find. 10, they kissed my sway again.
That's a unique song. I heard it during a broadcast at Kumi Fujiyoshi. I'd actually heard it here in the last loop, but whatever. It's an old song about the teachings of Great Lord Shinai-sama, the incarnation of this mountain that keeps us alive. Shinai-san's guardians are 1 snake, 2 monkey, 3 crow, 4 spider. She began singing out of nowhere. 5, prepare for the feast when the evening mists arrive. 6, the badger runs along late with nary as a fix. Her clear voice vanished into the wind, passing with empty plaza. However, I could hear it very well. We haven't found a badger yet, actually. That is actually kind of interesting. 7, the corrupt Yomabito rise to oppose the mountain. The tone of the song suddenly changed. 8, death of the damned Yomabito is the mandate. Her singing now brought out feelings of unease. Badger? What badger? Sus. Mighty sus. 9, 1 soul per day now to bind. 10, the mist rise away again. A nice cold voice cut her off. And looked at the source and a chill went down my spine. It was Shimi, covered in the red of the evening, as well as the red of blood. Her whole body was covered in blood. You were working hard, I see. Oh, I was. Huh? Surizawa-san, what happened? Oh, sorry. I guess making such a dramatic entrance while looking like this is a bit scary, huh? I'll say. She gave me a broad grin. I believe she had to dismantle a wild game. Yep, Kanzo Ji-chan just got a big game this morning. The muscles and bones on this thing were huge! Oh yeah, Takumi-san had told her to help Kanzo-san. Wow, you know how to butcher wild game? It's easy when you get used to it. Your clothes are a mess now, though. You sure that's not a problem? I didn't mean for this to happen. My hand slipped a bit. Well, I have another set of these clothes, so it ain't a problem. She laughed, and it made her look even scarier. You can just call me Chimi, by the way. Drop that fancy talk, too. Was that Rikako-san? No. It clearly was. Alright, Chimi-chan, you can call me just Haruaki, too. Talk to me like I'm a friend. Oh, really? Alright, Haruaki-san. Wanna go get to know each other with some food? By the way, are we getting some of that game meat for dinner? Of course, we're in for some good eating! Woohoo! Isn't that great, Matsu-san? What? Please call me Rikako. What's up, kitty? Rikako-san. What kind of response was that? She's so fucking cute. She's kind of silly. Oh, I didn't mean to hit that one. But she's kind of more silly to me. Hey. Why are you smacking my mic, huh? Why are you smacking my mic? Huh? Why are you smacking my mic? Huh? Little butthead? Very normal girl. Very normal. Absolutely. The most normal person in the whole entire group. Yes. The one who isn't is my freaking kitty! Oh, what was it? Haruaki-sama. She was about to call me by some weird name, but she somehow managed to actually get my real one right. Problem being that she called out to me, but didn't actually have anything to say. Oh boy. Oh, and what's your problem, Chimi-san? Haruki-san, wanna come and watch me butcher game? You'll see me cut some meat with a huge giant hunting knife. Splush blush! Well, that kind of invitation would have weirded out anyone normal, but me? I was actually intrigued. Haruki-sama. Yeah? Shall we go there? Where? The graveyard. The invitation even freakier than the previous one. It felt like she'd take me straight to the land of the dead, though that was interesting in its own way. Huh? What exactly are you gonna do there, Rikako-san? What of you, Serizawa-sama? Are you aware how absurd it is to show him a feast of blood, even if it is for Yasumitsu? Blood is linked to the corruption. Mary Shelley moment? I don't think I know who Mary Shelley is. Rikako-san, you do know that lewdness is also dirty, right? Well, whatever you're imagining, I was not thinking of anything of the sort. Really? Seems like a real closet pervert to me. Mary Shelley's the author of Frankenstein. She allegedly had sex upon her mother's grave. Oh. Okay. Mary Shelley? Is that really her name? Hi! What do you want, buddy? Ooh, dumbass. Stop smacking my fucking hand. God, I need to trim your fucking nails. I keep forgetting to do that. Don't worry, all men love lewd women. Beaming. Too bad though, I have even more lewd power than you. What? No fair. What the hell are you two talking about? Busayaki-san, are you popular? What? Mako, whatever you do. Oh, you're out of the race? Guess I'll have him then. You will? That's too good to be true. You're my type. If you're gonna live here, then I guess I'll have something to look forward to when coming back home. So I had a chance with Chimi in this route too, huh? Hell yeah! Oh, then I shall have many chances while you are away. Oh! What? Not happening! And Rikako-san too. Mako-chan, let's have a race! Alright, Mako-chan, let's have a race! Yay! Ma'am. Yes, I'm petting you. You need to stop fucking moving for me to pet you. I ran around her like I was a kid her own age again. As much as I enjoyed them having a catfight over me, I knew that we were almost out of time. The dense mist began flowing into the plaza. No way. My tone was a bit forced, but no one paid my heed.
The mists are here.
Chimi's loud voice flung everyone into a frenzied panic. Bachan's in the house. What about the old man? I ain't that old!
No!
No.
No, not the mist!
Chi, take the brats to the dorm!
Yeah, Haruki-san.
I'll lead them.
Alright, please do. Haruki-san, this is Yasumitsu's mist. Please do whatever she tells you to, even if it sounds stupid.
Alright.
Oh, so this is the mist. I guess we should count ourselves lucky we got to see it.
It's probably bad for our equipment.
This is serious. I'm glad you have rooms. Please run to them immediately. Mamaya-san, you're with us. Cameraman, you...
I'll take him. The prefab, right? Come with me and don't fall. No need to rush. How can I help but worry?
Coming, the wolf is coming!
At the edge of my fading vision, I saw the old man mutter that and walk off. Mako, Haruki-sama. Looks like it was not just my imagination. We have to lock up in our houses now, right? Cleanse, shelter, dream. That is how you prepare for the feast. Please don't forget to do them.
Wash my body, lock the door, and sleep?
Yes, you will not get to eat until tomorrow, so please be patient.
Okay, got it.
If they obey the laws, no one will die tonight. What do you mean? Today we prepare for the feast. Those who do not are punished by our great lord Shinai. Please, go. Rikako-san took Miko in her hands and took a step back. That alone made her face less clear. Please prepare. I wish to see you again tomorrow. I will. I shouted that right before her face vanished. She clearly liked me. So much that she was almost crying. But why does she like her in this, alternate route, though? Kind of weird. She probably assumed I wouldn't believe her and thought I'd be a pile of gore tomorrow. Not a chance. I knew how serious this was and understood the depths of their fear and despair. And on top of it all, I wanted to help them. I want to reassure them by making that all too clear. I made my way carefully downhill to my hut. Unlock, enter, lock. Oh man, I felt so much safer than last time. After all, I could actually lock up, had a decently sized space that was protected from the mist, and had a nice place to lie down. I made it this far. That alone was a strong sign that I was doing way better than before. I turned on the light. I actually had electricity here. Well, I had it in the dorm last time, too. All that was really cut was the telephone wires in the dining hall. Weird to think that mist and severed phone wires were enough to create a closed circle like this one. Even weirder that I actually came back here of my own volition. Well, coming back of your own volition, quote unquote, huh? I reached into the bag at the corner of the room and opened a yellow box of food. It was probably unfair to everyone else, but I needed the energy. I'd have a hell of a time tomorrow. After my half-assed excuse for dinner, I took the wet towel from the pail and washed my body. I then checked if the door was really locked. All that was left was to spread out the futon and sleep. Could I, though? After all, I had so many things on my mind. First, the things I learned today. I found out I could change how things went down. This time, I somehow succeeded in becoming an inhabitant here and saved the journalist. I had no doubt this would make things better than last time, but it was clear things were different. That alone was big. Had to be. Also had a feeling there was at least one Yasumitsu inhabitant who'd experienced a feast before. That wasn't new, but now I feel like the elders weren't the only suspects. Takumi-san could have experienced one too. Tomorrow, I could probably ask if there was a miss before, and I could actually make it sound natural. The settlement's history was just as deserving of investigation as its customs and superstitions. And Rikako Matsu. She might have actually been way weirder than I first thought. She fell often and went nuts when you just called her by her name. Despite her weirdness, though, there was a certain charm to her. She which is kind of like a fancy-looking restaurant that you were afraid to go in. But when you muster the courage, it turned out to be unexpectedly cheap and sold simple, yet nice flavors, making you really attached to it. But, Objectively speaking, I felt like she was actually attracted to me, but why? Did our first meeting leave that much of an impression? Not that I minded the attention, but this seemed like a bit too good to be true. Whatever the case, I had formed a bond that I clearly didn't expect last time. Assuming I solved this whole mystery, what would I do next? Following through on my lie and actually living here would upset too many parties, so that was a no. And if I left here someday, what would become of my relationships? Rikako-san didn't look like she'd ever leave this place. What about Shimi? What was I counting on my chickens before they hatched anyway? I did appreciate that Shimi actually liked me this time, too. I wasn't much help to her last loop, so I was kind of fixated on saving her on this one. But there was another way to look at this. There was a feeling born of a trip through hell with her last time, standing by her until the end, but the Shimi from back then was the same as the Shimi from this loop. Any feelings I had for the previous Shimi had nothing to do with this one. There's nothing more hollow than chasing after unrequited feelings, right? I'd had enough of thinking about that. It just made me feel empty inside. Time to review more important things, like the previous roles. Takumi Mineral was the snake. Chikamochi, Kamishida, and Mako were the monkeys. Misunagi, Oribi, and Tame Yamawaki were the wolves. Those were the only clear ones. Now for the rest. I was wondering about this. Are they actually going to keep the rules in this loop, or does it change? Because think about it, every time you beat the game of Werewolf, you get everybody gets a new role and do different things. But since technically there's a loop with the same story, so it's like, Maddie Knight, you peeking in? Peeking in, what's up? I believe I saw you were streaming earlier. I hope your stream was good. Since the spider was supposed to protect the snake, Takumi-san, who died on the second day, it was safe to assume it was someone who died on this first. Oh, only talking to me in emotes mode. Alright, fair enough. Then again, your emotes are cool, so that's also fair. That was either Konzo Makishima or Yoshisuke Oribi. And I was pretty sure it was the former. I had no guesses for the crow, though. That guardian didn't really get a turn in the spotlight last time. There's only one standard lynching after all. In fact, there were far more abnormal deaths. Well, I had no idea if those were or were not covered by the crow's power. Tell the lynch victim was a wolf or not. If they were, then perhaps the crow was waiting for the chance to come out, but all who died were humans, and eventually they were out of the game. Well, I streamed last night, but I don't know if that counts as earlier. Oh! My phone earlier said you were, streaming, so... Maybe I maybe it was like a delayed response on Twitch's end or something, I don't know. But welcome, welcome. You come into a very confusing game, so I apologize if nothing makes sense. And it's really hard to explain, so I apologize if I don't feel like explaining it. It's just very hard. Or maybe it's someone who couldn't make good use of the power at all. Probably today has been a very rough day. Oh, I'm sorry. Is everything okay now? Assuming Konzo-san was a spider, then I had 7 suspects for the crow. Yoshitsugu Oribi, Haru Makashima, Shimi Sorisawa, Rikako Matsu, Kiyonosuke Nasato, Kyori Oribi, and the old wolf guy. First Yoshitsugu-kun, honestly, I feel like he'd revealed himself as the owner of a guardian way before Takumi-san would. He was reckless and impulsive after all. What if the game of Werewolf was life and death that took place in rural Japanese village is a short version? Very short version, yes. I feel a bit down, but I think I'll be okay. If you're curious, I'll tell you about it later off stream. Okay. Cool. We can plan for that then. Kiyonosuke seemed like the type to probably reveal that he had the crow. It was his family's guardian beast after all. Or maybe he was using it to gather information on his own, so he could pull out a bunch of his own deductions all at once. No, he wasn't that stupid, surely. Also, he was given free rein until the wolves got to him on the final day. He had ample time to do something. Then Haru Makashima. She'd betrayed the humans inside with the wolves, despite the fact it wouldn't save her life. Needless to say, that seemed insane. Excuse me. Great Lord Shinai came to her in a dream and told her the truth. What the hell? Who died for that? Was there some other way to create such madness? A method to create a murderer? Was there anything besides what Yasunaga-kun mentioned? I had no idea, but if there was, I really didn't think anyone with a guardian would fall victim to it. If Chimi was the crow, I would hope she'd have confided in me about it. Kiori Oraibi. I had no idea. She'd be the only one killed the conventional way last time, but she was never really given the chance to speak up. Even if she was, it's possible she chose to keep silent and focus on killing everyone for her son, or she tried to become a shield for him. The old wolf guy made no sense at all. If he'd gotten a guardian, it likely would have just gone to the waste. Finally, Rikako-san. I had no idea what to expect from her. She was the only descendant of the Yamatsu family and their current head, so perhaps she knew some secrets known only to the head families. However, from what I observed of her today, it really did seem like she had a bad feeling and come to check. I didn't know how intelligent she was either. She did seem to have a good intuition, but she was also a bit of a klutz. There's also the fact she'd been eliminated from the previous game due to some kind of strange corruption. Maybe she didn't have a chance to reveal that she possessed a guardian. That meant the most likely candidates for the crow were Rikako-san, Yori-san, and the old wolf guy. What's most important here, though, was if those the guardians would be the exact same as the last time. That's what I was saying. Are they gonna be the same or not? If they were, I'd have this feast in the bag. If, to use an extreme example, I went and suddenly took out Yasunaga-kun and Tae-san, I'd probably fall victim to the corruption, but the human side would win. Of course, the participants were different this time, so it wasn't guaranteed that we'd get the same guardians. But if Great Lord Shinai or whatever picked them had some sort of qualifications for this chosen, the addition of outsiders would change nothing. On the other hand, if our participation could change the guardian assignments, was it random or was there some kind of pattern? Whichever it was, it would mean that there was no higher ill will intent on giving guardians to specific people. Whatever the case, it would help getting closer to the truth behind the feast. If I found out the rules behind the guardian distribution, I could probably win without trying to read people's minds. The only problem is my whole looping thing. Nobody would believe me if I told them. I couldn't blame them. If I went and said, this is how it was last time, so you're the wolf this time, everyone would think I was nuts. I had to look at this as nothing but a source of extra info to use to my advantage. And of course I couldn't sleep. What would happen to me if I spent the whole night awake? Was someone watching me? Did they know I wasn't sleeping? Would they come to kill me? That line of thinking made me feel like I was being watched. What about the locals? They already had the mist and the feast to fear. Could they sleep soundly? I knew the old stories said they would be able to, but... Nii-chan, make me happy too. There was something wrong with the people of Yasumitsu. They were normal in regular circumstances, not total idiots anywhere, and not all of them seemed like the sort to lose themselves in superstitious ramblings. However, certain situations seemed to act as a trigger, turning them completely irrational. The absolute extreme fear of the mist, the complete submission to the real story, the lack of aversion toward hanging people. Was that all part of the feast? If so, what kind of psychological systems were at work here? I couldn't understand. Things I couldn't understand scared me. Was there a limit to the extent I couldn't comprehend? What if it was just a huge never-ending downward spiral of irrationality? If that was the case, it'd be pretty damn scary. What? Oh, the night was uneventful, surprisingly enough. My eyes were closed, but it was bright. That could only mean that morning had come. No? Well, yes, but there was something more important. I'd actually closed my eyes and fallen asleep. I got to my feet. Sure enough, it was morning. I'd actually ended up sleeping. Well, that meant that, since I'd completed my preparations, I was actually invited to the feast. That was proof that as long as you had a place to stay, you could participate in the feast, even if you lived here only for a day. It was 6 o'clock right now. I'd gone to bed way too early, but that provided me a good night's sleep. I couldn't sense any beast outside. Right myself in my chair. Without any hesitation, I opened the door. Sure enough, there was the mist. Last time, the first one who had come to me was Chimi, but that was later than it was now. Was I supposed to wait before making a move? No. There was a chance to learn something I'd had it last time. I couldn't let this opportunity slip me by. Nasumitsu was eerily silent. I couldn't see anything. My whole body was covered in cold mist, and I was all alone. It reminded me of my time watering the endless riverbed before death. Crap. People despaired when they were cold, hungry, alone, and could barely see. This was unavoidable, and not something I could win against. I had to find someone right away. Who's there? Suddenly I heard an angry shout from nearby. It made me turn wicked and then... You! Early, huh? Kanto Makashimashi came out of the mist, gun in hand. Good morning. Woke up just now? Yes. Nothing special happened. Saw your stomach. Huh? The Guardian show on the stomach. Oh yeah. Chimio told me that last time. Also mentioned something about Mako not being able to read it. Go and look. If you say so. Acting like I didn't know what he was talking about, I returned to the hut. Oh, we didn't do it in front of him? I thought it would be kind of a clever way to do it, but whatever. Man, that was close. I hadn't even considered the possibility that I'd have a guardian. Well, it was unlikely, but I checked just to be sure. I lifted my shirt up and exposed my stomach. What I saw almost made me shriek. I haven't even noticed it. I didn't realize there was something like this on my body. It was drawn in a red fluid, most likely blood. And it was nothing like I've ever seen before. Also, there was some eerie text there. I need a mirror. No, I'll take a photo. After a bit of trial and error, I finally read what it said. The tower lookout. The snake find the lurking Yomi. Cleanse and purify or die. Lookout. The tower lookout. The snake. Find the lurking Yomi. Okay. So this marker was the snakes. It clearly said the tower lookout. The description seemed faithful to the original source. It had a certain aura about it. Find the lurking Yomi. The snake's role is to search for Yomi Boto. Cleanse or purify or die. Man, not being roundabout at all, are we? Anyway, that meant the corruption would take me if I didn't wash it off, huh? I quickly grabbed a wet towel and washed off the freaky warning. It even smelled like blood. I didn't know what it belonged to, though. If it were animal blood, I might have been in danger of catching something. Man, what were they thinking? So it does change according to what happens. Okay. Anyway, the snake of all things. It belonged to Takumi-san last time. He quickly revealed it, and I assumed the wolves used it to their advantage. After all, the snake was a human's only way of actively confirming who was a wolf or not. This made it even harder for me to die. And just like I'd thought yesterday, the rules had changed a lot. There was now no guarantee that Yasunaga-kun and Tae-san were wolves. They could easily be humans. The same way for everyone else. It was best to assume that I'd been sent back to square one on that front. Wait, how was I supposed to use the snake's power anyway? The blood letters only said that I was a snake and I had to wash it off right away. Did someone know? But if I went to ask, I'd basically be telling them I was the snake. Would there be an explanation during the first feast? I had no choice but to believe. For now, I would just return to the plaza. Good morning! I walked through the mist as I called out. Over here, boy! This time I had no problems meeting with Konzo-san. Did you check it? Yes. Well? My mind stopped for a second. Well, what? Nothing. Don't mind it. He looked away. Was that a leading question just now? If there was something on my stomach, it meant I had a guardian. I was meant to be a newcomer who didn't know anything. Wasn't it unfair to ask me that? If I'd actually said or even implied that there had been something on my stomach, that would mean that I had a guardian. Or if I said there was nothing, that would be used against me further down the line, putting me at a disadvantage. If he was a wolf who knew the implications of his question, then again, I felt like he retracted his question because he knew it could lead to that kind of misunderstanding. Shit, I'd love to ask, but I couldn't use knowledge I wasn't supposed to have. Makashima-san, right? Have you looked around yet? Hmm? That seemed like a yes to me. Is everyone alright? One's dead. Huh? Wait, you completely lost me just now. What's going on? Stop making noise, I'll kill ya! Kill. Did he really just use that word so casually? Stay where you are. I don't trust you. He brandished his rifle again. I don't know anything. I didn't do anything. We'll decide that at the feast. He sure was assertive. Maybe he didn't have a guardian this time. This made me realize I could tell from friend from foe by searching for differences in their behavior from last time around. For now, though, I just had to make it through this awkward moment with Kanzo-san. Soon enough, we were joined by the others. Tei-san, Takumi-san, Kiori-san, Yoshigutsu-san, and the wolf guy. Takumi-san and Kanzo-san, they went to the Nasato mansion and the dorm, leaving me with just a woman, a child, and 2 elders.
Hey, old fart!
I wasn't one of these old farts, damn it. You mean me?
Who else?
Now that's just uncalled for. What is it anyway?
You know anything?
Huh? Like what?
You got sent to Yasumitsu and this happened. It's fucking weird, ain't it? You talked to Higuchi, right? That ass will tell you anything?
Nothing comes to mind. I played it off. Looks like the streak of bad luck I've had since Tokyo is still going on. I can sense the situation isn't normal. This miss is just crazy.
Like you want to talk your batshit?
You said that, but his tone wasn't as antagonistic as before. It actually felt somewhat friendly. I could only guess that my act from yesterday warmed him up to me, a bit anyway. Oh, Shitsugu, this again?
I ain't picking a fight this time, and stop pushing yourself. You're all pale.
I'm sorry about this. Fusashi-san and Yoshigutsu, you behave. I don't mind. By the way, Rikako-san and Miko-chan still aren't here. It seems so. They usually wake up early.
I don't give a shit about the village heads.
Stop it, Yoshi-kun. I'll go and call him. The relationships here really were complicated. Whoa, excuse me. Sure enough, Tei-san brought Rikako-san and Mako. Good morning. As she entered the plaza, she looked at our mist-covered faces. Upon seeing mine, she gasped. They gave me a very slight bow. Oni-chan, I rolled in my futon and hit my leg. It hurts! Miko seemed in poor spirits. A bit later, I will make it better with some magic words. Magic? I would have been that all surprised if she was actually capable of that. This is my first time seeing Yasumitsu's mist. It's awfully thick. It's my first time as well. I believe we'll have to perform the feast. True.
I don't want no fucking family head telling me to do the goddamn feast!
Yoshitsugu! I am sorry for being so powerless.
Oni-chan, you're scary.
I ain't okay with you being here. You're still a village head and there's no way to tell what you're thinking.
What's your beef with her? Do you hate the village heads that much?
Damn right I do! Without them, Mountain would've... I'll expose you eventually!
What was that about, Mom? Yasushika-kun sure was aggressive this time. Did he have a guardian? This line of thinking felt dangerous. Making too many assumptions seemed more risky than not knowing anything.
Oni-chan?
Rikako-san was inexpressive as always, but I could tell she was feeling depressed. Man, things are sure different here, huh? Difficult here, huh? Haruaki-sama. She looked around in confusion before. I am relieved that you are well, truly. She then gave me a smile. Hey, it's not like a mist can do much to me, right? Saranaga. That is the name of the river below. Its mists are said to be the breath of Yomi. They're considered to be the worst of ill omens here at Fujiyoshi. Masato-san told me that people always die when there are mists. She made a stern face unlike any I'd seen on her. What a horrible thing to say to a newcomer such as yourself. Well, he said that's only because the mist is so dense it causes many accidents. Even so, it is imprudent. People still live here. Seeing that someone is certain to die is too ominous. I've only been here for a day, but from what I could tell, you're pretty different from the other family heads, aren't you? But why would you think that? Well, the way you talk about Yasumitsu, for one. Something like Nasato-san and Kami Fujiyoshi's people. I merely think that it should be shown the respect it deserves. Fujiyoshi as a whole depends heavily on Yasumitsu, so... What do you mean? Can you elaborate? I shall tell you, eventually. Now is not. Yeah, I understand. It's a bad time for that. I want to protect Yasumitsu. Last, Rikako-san fell silent. Feeling a bit awkward, I resumed waiting. Soon enough, Takumi-san brought Kinosuke-shi to us. He immediately started worrying over Rikako-san as expected, but she seemed unreceptive to him. I might have gone in the way of his love story. It made me feel kind of bad. Eventually, Kanzo-san returned along with the students. Mamaya-san, watch where you step!
Whoa.
Seeing Hisako Mamaya-san with them filled me with relief. Thus, I finally understood what would happen now.
Good morning, everyone.
Ignoring everyone's gloomy faces, she forced a smile and greeted us like it was a normal morning. The inhabitants didn't respond. I also had to guess about what had happened, so I had trouble picking my words too.
What's wrong with you all? Sure, this is dense mist, but what about it? Wait. Is Hashimoto-san still asleep?
Again, no one responded.
He's up the hill, right? I'll go check.
Have fun, I'm gonna go. I don't feel so hot today. Still be safe. Alright, Maddie night. Have a good night. Get some rest, and rest well, and feel better soon. Hope to catch you next time. No point. Kanzo-shi opened his mouth, taking it upon himself to say it. I could already hear some stifled sobbing. It was Haru-chan. Not only was she afraid, she had also realized that a tragedy had occurred. Mamaya-san realized that something was wrong and was about to ask about it when... Big guy's dead. The crude old man just told her what was up.
Dead? What are you?
He's lying dead near the landslide.
What kind of nonsense is that?
She instantly lost her composure. The natural aura around her was suddenly starting to get to her.
Don't mess with me like that. We must fix our van and leave as soon as possible. I'll go wake him up myself.
Stay where you are.
What right do you have to?
Makashima-san! I raised my voice because Kanzo-shi reached for his gun again.
This has to be a joke. What is this? Am I being punked? Did you burst the tires for this? Oh, that makes sense.
We still don't know your rules. There's no guarantee that we'll do what you want just because you have a gun. What's your deal?
You should stop that, old man. What's gotten into you? You always tell us never to point guns at people.
Kanzo-shi silently lowered the gun.
If it's not a joke, then it's a crime. You're going too far. Stop it right now. I'm leaving this instant.
Mamaya-san, was it? Sorry, but that won't fly. You can't leave until the mist clears. And sorry to say this, but your partner's gone. Someone killed him.
Killed? Killed? What are you saying? He...
Takumi, take her. Can you handle blood?
You're joking, right?
I'll go with you. He helped me a lot.
All right, You'll have to help me though.
The cleanup, I assumed? All right.
I shall go as well. Mako, you stay here.
I'll go too.
Me too. That shit doesn't scare me.
How absurd. He must have tripped on something because of the mist. The place happens to belong to me, so I guess I must see it too. How troublesome. We got so many volunteers that, besides the old people in Mako, the only ones who ended up staying were Kiori-san and Haru-chan, both of whom didn't look so good. Takumi-san led us uphill. Since we went through the fields, some of us fell or got stuck, so it took a whole 10 minutes. Still, we arrived at the scene of the crime. What I saw there was almost exactly the same as what I saw last time. There was a brutalized corpse. It was close to the prefab, next to the waist-tall boulder, which did little to hide the large body. It was thoroughly destroyed. The entire frame had been torn apart and bent as if to systematically detach its muscles, insides, and bones from his body. The only thing that hinted at who this once was were the scattered pieces of clothing and an impressive amount of flesh. Once again, Yudai Hoshimoto, she failed to survive the first night.
So he went outside last night.
As Takumi-san muttered to himself.
What is that?
Mamaya-san finally broke her disbelieving silence into a hysterical scream.
What? What happened? What happened to Hashimoto-san? How did he end up like...
Mamaya-san, please calm down!
How How can I? Why? Why did this happen? This is just...
When my son stopped mid-sentence and began puking, she'd either scream herself into vomiting or caught a direct glimpse of the corpse.
You're not the only one who wants to scream. Crap, I just want to die because of some old story.
Oh, excuse me. You knew about this?
Huh?
You knew this would happen. You knew that this would happen? I asked him while feigning anger and despair.
Can't say I did, but we heard that this happens. Mists come, people die.
Those deaths were caused by accidents!
That's what I thought. I believe what the village heads told us too. And look what they were... Look at that, they were lying.
Lied about what? What are you saying that the so-called Akami have come back from the dead? Don't act like you don't know shit.
No. Don't act like you don't know shit. Monsters and gods don't just pop out of nowhere. It's the village heads. They must have sent some beast here.
Stop it, you two. Rikako-san's faint yet stern voice cut through argument short. She then faced Hashimoto-san's body and lowered herself before it. It is our duty to give proper treatment to the guest who failed to prepare for the feast. We should at the very least let him go to Yomi in peace. I shall take in his corruption. Rikako-san then. What are you? Rikako-san was inching her face closer to the pile of flesh and bone and...
Get away!
Mamaya's-san suddenly cut in, stopping her.
Hey, what are you doing? Stop!
Don't tell me back!
Her voice and face were borderline demonic. None of us could bring ourselves to stop her. She leapt over the corpse and ignored the blood, sifting through the remains with her hands.
It has to be here.
I suddenly realized what she was doing. I'll help. She didn't respond nor stop me. She completely lost her cool, but that madness was under control. It was clear this wasn't some unreasonable panic. After all, he must have had it. I began helping her, roughly searching the body. Haruki-san, what are you doing? The camera. He might have taken some photos.
Oh!
This kill was the same as last loop. The body was torn apart with no rhyme or reason. I felt something stiff in my hand. It was hair. I was close to the head. Don't overthink it. His camera must have been on his neck. I could follow this hint and... I felt a cord on my hand. Found it!
Where?
It was a thorough, broken, expensive-looking digital camera. It must have cost a fortune, but Mamaya-san didn't care and just opened it.
Monsters. No way, they don't exist.
She muttered that in delirium, took out its memory card, then threw the camera away and ran off.
Hey, where are you going? Takumi Nichan, take care of the rest!
The two disappeared to the mist.
You know anything else, son? Not much, but... Look, the prefab doesn't have a toilet.
Oh, so he had to leave it to take care of his business. He didn't know how important the preparations were, so this result was obvious. I should have been the one to stay in the prefab. He died because of me. I couldn't let myself wallow in regret. Rikako-san approached the body again, but Takumi-san put his hand on her shoulder.
You don't need to do that.
But...
I don't want to rely on some mysterious village head shit. Don't make me. Things will just get worse, and you and Matsu always get the short end of the stick, don't ya? Just put your hands together or something.
Takumi-san's tone was neither calm nor sympathetic. I had no idea what he'd meant by short end of the stick. But for some reason, I felt like he was protecting her for something. Very well. Rikako-san did as she was told and put her hands together before chanting some sort of prayer. Yoshisuku-kun watched her with a scowl. Rikako-san. Yonosuke-shi missed his chance to talk to her, so he was just frozen in place.
Yasu, Yoshi, Chikamochi, take everyone and go back, then wash your hands and prepare to eat.
Alright.
Don't order me around!
Let's go, Richan! Nasato-san, it's time to leave.
I don't need you to lead me. Let's go, Rikako-san! Thus they all left.
Sorry about this, Fasashi.
Oh, you can count on me for this much. Takumi-san began cleaning up Hoshimoto-san's body. We couldn't remember the door, so we carried him on a board from the destroyed construction site. And slowly dropped him into Saranaga. I listened carefully and I thought I actually heard a splash this time. So where was the bottom after all? Oh, so there was a bottom after all. Then why had we gotten lost on that one loop? Thinking on that possibility, I parted ways with Takumi-san, then returned to my hut and washed the blood off. I went to the plaza again. The people had gathered around the dining hall. They were handing out food, apparently. Wash your hands? Yes, and the rest of my body. I see. Well done. Taste doesn't seem to be a bit softer on me than before. You youngins need to eat. You won't last long if you don't. True. What about you? I don't have an appetite right now. You should eat anyways, if you can manage it. Giving a fake response, Tae-san looked the boulder next to us. I followed her gaze and... This is... Saw the blood sign from last time. Yeah, each of them represents a wolf returning from Yomi. Since there's 2 marks, it stands to reason there's 2 wolves. That was what Shimi had told me last time. And now? There are 3 wolves. Yeah, there were 3 of those weird diamond whirls. What do you mean? I'll tell you later. Very well, see you then. A bit overwhelmed, I walked away. The number of people had increased. I was told there could be 3 wolves at most, and that was exactly what we got this time. Why? What caused this change? There were several differences from last time, but which of them did it? Whatever it was, I could assume that knowing the rules from last time wasn't much of an advantage. Outside the dining hall, Konzo-san was sitting on the ground, drinking something from a large bowl. He looked up at me and... Better eat up! Said those curt words before focusing on his bowl again. He didn't trust me, nor did he antagonize me more than necessary. That was pretty reasonably actually. Welcome back, Fusashi-san. Inside the building, I found the students, Umatsu-san, Meiko, Kyonosuke-shi, and Kiori-san. Well, there was the old wolf guy too, but he was just staring at an empty bowl in the corner of the room. Sorry I couldn't help. Oh, don't be. Thank you so much for helping Takumi-san. I didn't do much. Where's Shimi-chan and Mamaya-san? The journalist said something about looking inside the camera and locked herself up in her room. Sirisawa-sama went to clean the journalist's clothes. Made sense. Mamaya-san was really bloody. Here you go. Hiro-san gave me a bowl and I took one of the empty seats. Thank you for your work, Fusashi-san. No problem, Yasunaga-kun. You already remember my name! What an honor! That was enough to hint I was looping, was it? I took a pair of chopsticks and ate up. It was a simple meal being some boiled vegetables and meat. I'm sorry it's nothing impressive. These are leftovers from yesterday, but we can't waste anything as you might imagine. How much food do we have? The fridge stopped working, so the milk and meat will go bad soon, but you don't have to worry about the rice and vegetables. Oh, I didn't think about it last time, but at the very least this awful situation didn't come with a food shortage. Perhaps that was a silver lining. So you have no electricity. Any other problems? I'm worried about the gas. It was almost time to change the cylinder. So if it runs out, should we make bonfires? The mountains will go apeshit! Shikamochi-kun, watch your tongue! Listening to that strangely mundane exchange, I resumed eating. It was actually good. It didn't look like it was, so I felt like I had to close my eyes. Unlike the soup I was given to Kami Fujiyoshi, it was well salted and had a rich taste. The meat had to be game killed by Konzo-shi and gutted by Chimi. It didn't reek much and had a simple flavor. It was probably venison. I'd considered this revenge for the time they made a fool out of me in the mountains. In terms of the amount of meat and seasoning, the people here seem to be eating better than Kami Fujiyoshi. Was it just my imagination? After emptying my bowl, I was offered some more and gladly took it. I was supposed to eat whatever I had the chance. I'm impressed how quickly you got used to the look of food. Kyonosuke-shi suddenly commented. Thought he was being sarcastic, but his tone didn't seem antagonistic. You're not eating? I have food at home. Honestly, I've lived in the city for so long the local food seems tasteless to me now. By local, he probably meant Fujiyoshi as a whole, not just Yasumitsu. I don't really like eating it right now. You should dig in, Uncle. You might not get another chance. Mochi! I would try to be completely pale since I arrived, but she suddenly covered her mouth and ran off to the bathroom. She'd forced herself to eat what she'd been given, but the stress that had left her unable to keep it down.
Chikamochi, you're disinherited because you don't understand people's feelings. Have you learned nothing?
I don't want to hear that from you. I will say sorry.
He went to the bathroom, too, leaving the rest of us feeling kind of awkward. What's gonna happen now?
We'd probably have a gathering like the old days and use it to decide who did it. And then what?
Don't worry, Fusashi-san.
Misanaga-kun joined the conversation with an unnaturally bright tone.
I'm sure it won't be anything unreasonable.
Oh, you sound confident. Makes you seem reliable.
Maybe. Anyway, don't worry.
Was he a wolf this time too? As I frowned and thought to myself, Takumi-san joined us. Takumi-san.
Kiyori-san, give me lots of whatever's up. You alright, Kyo?
Don't get me that!
Oh, Fusashi, you eat too?
Yeah, thank you for the food, Kiyori-san.
Man, you got to eat your food before me. Lucky you. Good stuff, huh?
Yeah, it makes me want someone like her as my wife. Oh my, you flatter me too much.
You. Don't tell me you're after.
Huh? What's up with the atmosphere? After playing it off. By the way, Takumi-san. I called to Takumi in a lower voice.
What?
When's the feast?
At 9. Oman Kanzo said it.
Alright. There wasn't even an hour before we would begin discussion who to kill. Takumi-san began eating and everyone fell silent, so I went and moved seats. You okay, old man?
Oh.
It was the same as always. Man just wanted... Man, just what would we do if we had a guardian? This sure is troublesome. I arrive and get caught up in the mist the very next day. Where is Yasumitsu? Where in Yasumitsu do you live? Go. This wasn't even a conversation. Sorry, looks like I got in the way of something.
It's safe here.
Excuse me?
This is the most safe place. That's why I'm here.
Safe? You mean the dining hall? No response. We were having a dialogue or he was just muttering things that made no sense. Was he talking about Yasumitsu? That couldn't be it. After all, this was the least safe place in Fuyoyoshi. I thought that he had a reason why he found it safe, but whatever it was, it couldn't save him from dying last time. In the end, it wasn't safe for him either. Something seemed off, but I couldn't put my finger on what. I somehow lost my right to sit next to him and began searching for a new seat as I waited. The clock seemed to move strangely slow. The chair next to me was pulled a bit. Anyway, where could I sit? Our eyes met. Anyway, where could I sit? I wish to talk to you, Haruki-sama. She expressed it with words. Anyway, where could I... Don't ignore Rikako-san! Why are you the one saying that? What do you mean? I know you knew and don't know who to respect, but it's common courtesy to respond to a one's modest consideration. Oh, I'm not sure if it was modest, but I can't really argue with the rest. So you understand? Wait, are you just messing around? Kako-san, you look beautiful today. Oh, There, we're done talking. Anyway, Nasato-senpai, how do you manage to play the straight man so naturally? That must have been with the village heads.
Lily-chan, you're being weird. Wow, you made a comedy routine out of these people.
Strange guy.
Fusashi-san is quite funny.
Yori-san, look at his face.
It's funny, Takumi-san. Yunosuke-shi eventually shouted the standard, "I'm not staying with someone that soiled bread," and left. Well, Takumi-san went with him, so I doubted Yunosuke-shi would end unlucky victim number 2 as per horror cliches. It came back to me. During the previous feast of the Yomi Purge, Chikamochi Komishida and the old wolf guy had been killed, probably by something other than corruption. The suspects from back then, who were now around the dining hall, were... No. If it meant finding out the truth, I could just leave that. I had to switch gears. Anyway, I sat down next to Rikako-san, who said her hua so many times she'd actually gone limp.
Fusayuki-san!
So that was my name now, huh? I gave up correcting her. Hey, Miko-chan. I'll borrow Oni-chan a bit.
Okay.
Are you gonna talk? Then wanna play with me, Miko-chan?
Yeah!
Yasunaga-kun took Mako with him, giving us a chance to talk. Did he really interact with Mako-chan before, though? You are awful. Hearing that from a beauty like you actually makes me happy. I was actually starting to find these reactions adorable. I could enjoy bullying a cute older woman. This is a rare opportunity and I appreciate it immensely. Anyway, what is it? I feel quite guilty. Huh? Why? Because I accepted you and the journalist at the worst possible time. Is that something to feel guilty about? No one can predict when a miss comes. No. This is all happening because of our Fujiyoshi's original sin. Original sin? Yes. This village prospered by killing the servants of God, after all. The ancient story of killing the wolves, huh? I'd like to hear more. Yamawaki-sama should give an explanation later. Yeah, I hope so too, but it's going to bed and getting some rest, so that's all I can hope for at this time. Yamawaki-san will. Yes. After all, she is Yasumitsu's representative. Representative? Not landlord, huh? Yes. Everything Yasumitsu belongs to either the village or the family heads, but it still needs a manager. Yamawaki-sama is a well-adjusted lady, and the eldest of us all, so she possesses discretion. That is the way it is. I see, so the way it is that, huh? Instead of turning bashful, she actually glared at me this time. This is pretty good too. That aside, I now knew how it was. The eldest was a representative, and with that, she was in charge of the feast tutorial. By the way, you seem pretty hung up on guests. Is there some sort of local culture related to that? Yes. I hear that Fujiyoshi was once full of visitors who came to the Shinai Shrine to pray for good hunting. Hunters from the outside were considered honored guests and treated kindly around here. That made sense. If the belief itself was the village's main draw, I could understand why this unique religion survived for so long. I wanted to get some certain details, but it didn't seem like something I should ask about while alone. So that's how it was. You're nice to me because I'm a guest, right? Huh? No, that is not. Or is it because I was there when you got hurt? That is, yes. Thank you again. But do I need a reason? Oh, not at all. I just felt like there was some reason behind it. What if there was? I'd be happy. Maybe. Maybe, baby. Maybe, baby. Maybe, baby. The adorable woman hung her head down, cheeks reddening. I was the one playing around with her, but that actually made me feel kind of bashful. Perhaps I'd be more serious about her feelings. How would I do that, though? Forget it. It wasn't the time for that. I was given an important role, so I had to find a way to keep the others alive. Shall we go? Hiro-san's voice prompted everyone to rise from their seats. Then we wordlessly began to leave the dining hall. It didn't feel like an emergency, but this is the end of our normal, everyday life. Alright, so we're heading towards the meeting. So I think this is going to be a perfect spot. No. To go ahead and save. Oh, okay, so there's a lot going on. Holy crap. And there's some keys we couldn't get yet, but that's fine. But I'm sure that's gonna come in later. Alrighty. That will be it for today's stream, folks. And like I said, it was slow at the start. Slow. But now that, you know, we had our first kill, first night, hopefully things pick up next time. Alrighty. My cat is bothering me. It's getting kind of late and I'm kind of getting a little tired myself. So let's end it here, folks. Alright, so until next time, folks, we'll continue on with some Raging Loop. No second game like I thought. There's still plenty more to go through, so okay. or go through more. But until that time comes, I am Terror Fox. You guys have been the viewers. And of course, I hope to see you all next time.